Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. Backpacking off trail is one of those things you always know is a bad idea, even while you're doing it. But sometimes, the silence out there and the thrill of seeing something no one else has seen before pulls you off the marked path. That's what happened with my brother and me. We were in North Carolina, up in the mountains, several days into a backpacking trip. The weather had been good, we were making decent time, and I think we were both getting a little too confident in ourselves. We were supposed to stick to the main loop, about a 40-mile trail that looped through a mix of pine and hardwood forests, with a few small campsites spread along it. The last spot we slept had a lean-to, and someone had even left a bag of instant coffee, which we both appreciated the next morning. But something about the next day just felt different. We hadn't seen another hiker since the morning before, and by midday, we were itching for something more exciting than just following a beaten path. There was a ridge line off to our left, beyond a thick slope of hemlocks and deadfall. A few old animal trails wound upward into the hills like scratch marks. We stopped to refill water from a stream, and my brother stood there for a while, just looking up the incline like it was calling to him. Without saying much, he started walking up. I followed. At first, it wasn't too bad. The brush was thick, but not impassable. We had to navigate around some slick moss-covered rocks and fallen branches, but we were making progress. The climb got steeper the higher we went, and the air got cooler. It took over an hour to get to what we thought would be the top. We came out onto a sort of shelf, flat enough to rest on, with a view of the valley we had come from. That's when we saw the cave. It was maybe 20 yards to our right, just below a weirdly shaped outcrop of rock that jutted out like a jawbone. The mouth of the cave was wide, maybe 5 feet tall and 10 feet across, dark like a busted eye socket. It wasn't something we were looking for, but once we saw it, we both knew what we were going to do. The sun was starting to drop, and neither of us wanted to climb back down in the dark. It felt secluded. It felt like shelter. And honestly, it felt like a secret. We approached it slowly, watching our steps. The entrance was ringed with broken shale, and the smell was earthy and stale, like wet leaves and old animal fur. I scanned the inside with my headlamp and didn't see anything moving. No bones, no droppings, just damp, hard-packed dirt and stone. There were a few low-hanging ledges and some flat ground deep inside, enough for us to roll out our sleeping pads. It went deeper than I liked, but the passage narrowed quickly, maybe 15 feet in. Looked like it went back another 10 feet or so before tapering off. We decided to settle in. There wasn't much light left anyway, and it didn't seem like weather was rolling in, but caves always stay dry. We pulled out our gear, made a little corner for our food and stove, another for sleeping. We didn't bother trying to start a fire. Too much moisture and not enough ventilation. But we had warm food and water, and the cave was warmer than it was outside by then. It felt weird sleeping in a place that wasn't meant to be slept in. There's a different kind of quiet in a cave. It's not the quiet of the woods, with branches creaking and birds calling now and then. It's thick, and it presses in on you. I could hear my own breathing too well, my heart too clearly. We didn't say much, just unpacked slowly, tried to keep things tidy. We both knew to leave no trace, even off trail. We just about settled in when we heard it. It was a bell. Faint, metallic. It was far off, too far to place, but definitely out there. Somewhere down in the woods, maybe back the way we came. It rang twice. Then silence. We both froze. I looked at my brother. He had gone still, crouched by his pack. We listened. For a minute, there was nothing. Just the stillness again. Then it rang again. 2 more soft chimes. Closer this time. I stood up and walked out toward the edge of the cave. The fog had started to roll in. Not unusual for the area, especially near dusk, but thick enough to eat the distance. I could only see maybe 30 yards out before it all turned gray and vague. The bell rang again. Still closer. 4 quick chimes now. Sharp and echoing weird through the woods. We looked at each other again. My heart was going faster than it should have. We were way off trail. Hadn't seen anyone in hours. Maybe longer. The idea that someone was out here, alone, in this fog, ringing a bell, didn't sit right. It didn't feel like another hiker. It felt deliberate. Off. My brother moved fast and picked up his hiking pole, the one with the tungsten tip. I reached for my multi-tool and flicked out the blade. It was more for comfort than anything. It wouldn't do much, but I didn't like feeling empty-handed. We stood outside the cave, waiting. The bell stopped. We started yelling. Not panicked, but loud enough to carry. Just yelling into the fog, trying to get a sense of what or who was out there. Nothing responded. Then we heard something moving. Not footsteps exactly. Something lighter. Soft, fast, like paws on the ground. It was coming up the slope through the brush. We couldn't see a thing, but it was fast and getting closer. Then it burst through the fog. A dog. A big one. Medium-long black hair, soaking wet, covered in leaves and dirt. He had a thick harness strapped around his chest, the kind that might hold gear or packs. He didn't bark, didn't growl, didn't hesitate, just tore past us at full speed, straight through the gap between us and into the higher woods behind the cave like he was late for something urgent. He never even looked at us. My brother and I turned, tracking him with our heads as he disappeared into the fog above. Then silence again. No bell, no footsteps, nothing. Just the same thick fog and the quiet that followed. We waited, half expecting someone to come chasing after him. Nothing did. We stood there another 5 minutes, just listening. Then 10. Still nothing. Eventually, we went back into the cave, sat down, looked at each other. Neither of us said anything for a while. I started going over it all in my head. The bell, the dog, the fog, the way he ran like he was following something. Something important, something urgent. It didn't feel like a lost dog. He knew where he was going. After maybe an hour, we ate again. Didn't sleep much that night. Every sound outside the cave kept me on edge, branches snapping, leaves rustling. I couldn't stop wondering where the dog was going, who he had belonged to, what the bell meant. Morning came slow. The fog hadn't lifted much by sunrise, and everything felt damp and heavy. We packed fast and got out of there, retracing our steps the best we could. The slope was even harder to descend than climb. More than once I slipped on slick leaves or loose stone, but I didn't care. I just wanted to be back on the marked trail. We didn't say much on the way down. Both of us were trying to process it. We didn't see the dog again. We didn't find tracks. Not even paw prints in the wet soil. It was like he'd run up into the hills and vanished. When we finally hit the main trail again, we sat down for a while and drank what water we had left. My legs were shaking from the climb and from nerves. We stayed silent for a long time. Neither of us wanted to talk about the dog yet. It was like talking about it too soon would make it all feel weirder than it already did. The rest of the hike out was uneventful. 3 more days. Quiet. We passed 2 other hikers near the last junction who warned us about bears in the area. But that was it. When we got back to town, we checked the ranger station, just in case. We didn't mention the cave, but we asked if anyone had lost a dog. They said no. Nothing reported. No SAR activity in that section. No rescues or missing persons either. We described the harness. The ranger shrugged and said it sounded like a working dog. Maybe search and rescue or someone's trail dog. But again, nothing logged. He suggested we check the shelters along the trail logs. We did. Nothing. It's been a couple years since then. We never saw that dog again. I've told a few people about it, but it always sounds too strange when I do. We don't go off trail anymore. Not like that. The mountains are too big, too wild. We got lucky. I still think about the bell sometimes. Not the sound, but the way it moved. Closer each time. Like it was drawing the dog to it. Or warning us. Or marking something. I don't know what it meant. Maybe it didn't mean anything. Maybe the dog got lost, found something out there, and chased after it. Maybe it was part of a bigger story we'll never know. All I know is we were too deep, too far, and too alone for that moment to feel like anything but a warning. We haven't gone that far off trail since. I think we both learned something out there, not about danger, but about mystery. The kind you can't explain, even when it's real. And sometimes that's scarier than anything else. It was one of those nights in late September, the kind that still clings to the heat of summer in North Texas. The sun had dipped below the tree line a couple of hours earlier, but the warmth still hung in the air like it didn't want to let go just yet. I was driving home from a friend's place, taking the back roads like I always did to avoid the highway. It was a habit more than a preference. I liked the quiet. Less traffic, more open space. It felt more like home. The road twisted through open fields, old pastures, and tree-covered dips and bends that most people wouldn't think twice about. It was nothing new to me. I grew up out here, used to the dark, the animals, the occasional surprise. I was in my old '92 Chevy cargo van, the one I'd picked up for cheap a few years earlier. Ugly thing, faded white, patches of surface rust around the back doors, and the sliding door on the passenger side groaned every time I opened it. But it ran fine and felt like a tank. I'd driven it through gravel, mud, the occasional shallow ditch. It could handle a lot. The roads that night were quiet. I passed maybe 2 cars in the first 15 minutes after leaving my friend's place. I had the windows cracked, radio low. There was a bit of a breeze, and the bugs were out in force. I remember that specifically because I kept seeing the occasional moth flick into the glow of my dash lights and bounce off the windshield. I wasn't thinking about anything in particular, just letting the tires hum along the road and keeping an eye out for deer or loose cattle. Out here, those were always more likely than any cops or speed traps. Eventually, I turned off the Tulane County Road and onto an older, narrower stretch that cut through a denser patch of trees. It was the kind of road where the limbs met overhead and formed a canopy, thick and dark, even during the day. At night, it felt like driving through a tunnel. My headlights cut through just enough to see a few dozen feet ahead, but everything outside that beam was black. My high beams would have lit up more, but they tended to just reflect off the overhanging branches and blind me. As soon as I made the turn into that stretch, something changed. I don't mean anything spooky, just the way the air felt. It was still, heavier somehow. Not cooler, just still. Like everything had gone quiet. I wasn't thinking about that too much, though. I'd driven this stretch hundreds of times. It was a short mile and a half before it opened back up into pastureland again. I was maybe halfway through that stretch when something hit the van. It happened fast. 1 second I was watching the road. The next I caught a flash of movement from the corner of my left eye. Something coming fast out of the ditch. A blur of gray, low to the ground, but definitely not a rabbit or a raccoon. Bigger than that. Way bigger. It launched out of the trees and slammed right into the driver's side, just behind the front tire well. The impact was loud. It sounded like a heavy bag of wet sand smacking into metal. Not sharp, not like a crash or a scrape. Just a heavy, dense thump that I felt more than I heard. The van jolted slightly, swaying a little toward the opposite lane. I yelled out loud, just a reflex, and slammed the brakes. The tires skidded slightly before I came to a stop, dust and grit rising in the headlights and swirling in front of me. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my neck. I didn't know what I'd just hit. I couldn't even process it right away. My first thought was deer. It had to be a deer, but something didn't sit right. The shape, the way it moved, how fast it came. Something about it wasn't right. I sat there gripping the steering wheel, staring into the darkness ahead. After a few seconds, I leaned forward and looked in the rearview mirror. That's when I saw it. Lying in the middle of the road, maybe 20 feet behind me, was something gray and still. I couldn't make out details, just the shape. It looked like it had landed on its side, back turned to me. And the longer I stared, the less it looked like an animal. The limbs, the body position, it was starting to look more like a person. That's when a different kind of fear set in. My chest tightened, and my mouth went dry. Had I just hit someone? Someone walking out here at night? That made no sense, but what if it was true? I didn't want to believe it, but the shape in the road wasn't moving. I sat there another few seconds, debating what to do, but deep down I already knew I had to check. If it was a person and I just drove off, I wouldn't be able to live with that. So I threw the van into park, turned on the hazards, and grabbed the small flashlight I kept in the glove box. It was one of those cheap plastic ones you get at a gas station, but the batteries were still good. I opened the door and stepped out. The air was thick and quiet. Not dead silent. There were some crickets, a few frogs in the ditches, but everything felt muffled. Distant. The road felt narrower than usual, and the trees on both sides looked like they'd closed in a bit. The smell of hot asphalt and dust filled my nose, and I could hear the slow ticking of the van's engine cooling. I walked slowly toward the back of the van, flashlight in one hand, the other hovering near my hip, like I wasn't sure what I was about to do. I stepped past the rear bumper and turned the light toward the spot I'd seen the shape. Nothing was there. I froze. The flashlight beam cut across the asphalt, all the way from ditch to ditch. The road was empty, completely empty. No body, no animal, no movement at all. But there was something else. On the other side of the road, in the underbrush just past the ditch, the brush was rustling. Something had moved through it recently. I could still see some branches swaying and hear the dry sound of leaves being pushed aside. I stared at the trees, listening hard. Whatever it was had gone through fast, and it hadn't gone far. The underbrush was still trembling. I took a few slow steps toward it, the flashlight beam scanning across the trees, the tall grass, the tangled vines. I didn't see anything, not really. Just shapes and shadows and the kind of movement that makes your brain fill in the blanks with whatever scares you most. The sound faded after a few more seconds. Then there was nothing again. I stood there, sweating, my heart still thumping. I waited another 10 or 15 seconds, but nothing happened. Eventually I backed away, step by step, until I reached the van again. I didn't look away from the tree line the whole time. When I finally got back inside and shut the door, I locked it without even thinking. I sat there breathing heavy, my hands gripping the steering wheel again. I don't know how long I sat like that. Maybe a full minute, maybe more. Eventually I put the van in gear and drove away. Slow at first, until I cleared the tree-covered part of the road. Once I hit the open pastureland, I picked up speed. I kept checking the mirrors, glancing at the ditches, scanning the road ahead. I didn't see anything else for the rest of the drive. No deer, no people, no more movement. I didn't stop again until I pulled into my driveway. When I got out, I checked the side of the van with my flashlight. I expected to see a dent, some hair caught in the bumper, maybe a scrape or smear of blood. But there was nothing. Not a scratch. Not even a smudge. The side panel behind the front tire looked exactly like it always did, dingy, a little rusted, but solid. I checked again the next morning in daylight. Still nothing. I told myself it had to have been a deer. That made the most sense. Maybe I just scared it, and it bounced off the side instead of taking the full impact. Maybe it hit at the right angle to avoid damage. I'd seen stranger things, but the thing that kept bothering me was how it looked. That shape in the road. I knew what a deer looked like from behind. I'd seen them dead on the road before. That wasn't a deer. It looked like a person, a gray figure in clothes, lying still. I kept going back to that moment when I stepped out and saw it. I remembered the shape, how it had its back to me. The way the arms or legs were bent didn't look natural for an animal, and the brush rustling right after. It had gotten up and moved, I was sure of it. But what the hell kind of deer gets slammed by a van, and then gets up and runs into the woods without a sound? I tried to let it go. I really did. I didn't tell many people, just one or two close friends, and even then I kept it vague. I didn't want to sound crazy. It had to have been a deer. That's what I kept saying, over and over. It was a deer. But I've hit deer before. I've been in trucks where a deer totaled the front end. There's always damage. Always blood or fur or something. That van was old, yeah, but it wasn't magic. It didn't just absorb things. Years later, I still remember it in detail. The shape, the sound, the weird weight of the moment. I drive that road less often now, mostly just during the day. I never saw anything like that again. Never found any reports about a missing person or weird animals in that area. But sometimes, if I think about it too much, I start wondering. I wonder how close I came to something I wasn't supposed to see. I wonder if maybe whatever it was, if it was even a what and not a who, got lucky. Or maybe I did. And the part that always sticks with me, no matter how much I try to push it down, is this. When I got out to check, I wasn't scared I'd hit an animal. I was scared I hadn't. I slid under the low iron gate, the bars cool against my forearms, and stepped onto uneven ground where grass and crumbling stone met. The air was warm and still, the kind of night that felt heavy in the lungs. The cemetery sat nestled behind a row of aging maples, their branches stretching across weathered tombstones. A faint glow from distant streetlights filtered through the leaves, casting long, wavering shadows that shifted with every slight breeze. I felt the weight of that quiet pressing in around me, a hush so complete it drove the usual banter out of my head. My friends were scattered among the stones, leaning close to inscriptions, snapping pictures, peering into darkness with handheld recorders. I drifted from one small cluster to the next, staying on the edges, where the light and shadow met. We had come expecting some thrill, an unexpected sound or shape to capture. A funny prank, someone said. Something that would make for a good story. We joked at first, voices low but teasing, cameras flashing every few seconds. I watched the numbers on my phone tick upward, midnight, 12:01, 12:02, and felt my pulse grow steady against the silence. I knew this graveyard had names and dates etched in stone, soldiers who had passed long before I was born, children who had gone too soon, family plots where generations lay side by side. A small place, less than an acre, but old enough that runes of lichen and dark mold clung to the stones. We had split into teams, some of us moving in pairs, others alone. I wandered with two different people before they trailed off into separate corners. At one point, I stood by a stone carved with a wreath and barely visible name, leaning close to read the faded letters. Wind rattled dry leaves against the base of another monument, a jagged stone nearly 7 feet tall, tangled in vines that curled like ancient fingers. That monument drew a crowd. 3 of us gathered at its base, each holding a camera or phone, mouths silent. The air felt cooler there, pressing against the skin like the breath of a hidden presence. I waved my hand through the air, just to test it, and felt the temperature dip even more sharply, as if the world had pushed back. I held my breath, heart thumping, and tried to steady the lens of my camera. A friend whispered something about a cold spot, and another swore they could see a faint outline in their picture, like a pale figure in the background. I hung back, watching my friends crowd around that shadow. Their excitement was muted but electric. The only sound was quiet clicking and muttered exclamations. I could almost believe there was something there. I didn't want to touch the vine-wrapped stone, but I edged closer until my fingers brushed damp bark and cold stone. A sudden rush of air made the hairs on my arms stand on end. Then it happened. A sharp pinch, so sudden that it caught me off guard. Between the web of skin joining my thumb and forefinger, a pressure squeezed. So cold and forceful it hurt more than any bruise should. I cried out, the sound echoing off the stones, and jerked my hand back. My chest tightened as adrenaline surged, and I stumbled away from the base of that monument. My friends turned, faces pale under the phone lights, and I heard them start to move toward me in a rush. I cradled my right hand, feeling a sting that bloomed into an ache. The skin between my thumb and finger felt numb, then slowly burning with warmth as my blood moved back. I said, without shouting, that something had grabbed me, that I didn't want to stay. I was heading for the gate, footsteps uneven over grass and gravel. They followed, maybe more out of instinct than concern, until we spilled back through the gate and onto the street. The sudden openness felt like daylight, though it was still the dead of night. Streetlights glowed yellow, cars passed, and the normal sounds of distant traffic felt jarringly alive after the hush of the graveyard. My hand throbbed with each heartbeat, and I kept fingering it as if to make sure the pain was real. We walked back toward my car, moving in a loose group. No one spoke until we reached the headlights. Then someone asked if I was all right. I nodded, though I could barely feel the movement of my fingers. Everyone saw the darkening bruise forming under my skin, a mottled circle that would later turn yellow at its edges. One friend muttered about it being too perfect, too painful to be a prank. Another said maybe it was just a bad pinch from a vine or a sharp root, but the bruise hurt too deeply for that. The next morning, I woke and glanced at my hand. The bruise sat there like an imprint of a memory I didn't want. I traced its outline with my other hand and felt a shudder move through me. No vine or branch could leave that mark in the middle of the night, no hammering vine that tight. I tried to rationalize it. I must have bumped it on a stone, I told myself, but the bruise was deeper than any bump could make. My skin had turned a pale yellow at the center, ringed by darker purple, as if something had pressed beneath the surface where no light reached. I tried to work my normal routine, coffee, breakfast, the shuffle to class or work, but every time I reached for the mug or lifted a pen, my hand screamed. I couldn't rest it in my lap without noticing the tender spot. I glanced at it dozens of times a day, half expecting it to fade, but its edges remained crisp. A reminder that whatever I had felt under that vine-wrapped stone was not a trick of the mind. I asked one friend if they remembered seeing any animal, maybe a bat or an owl that had brushed past me. They shook their head, said they had been too busy checking their own photos. Another friend joked that it was just my imagination, that I was making it real. I told them I didn't want jokes, not about something that still tingled every time I flexed my hand. Weeks passed, and the bruise turned golden brown. I kept wearing a glove whenever I went outside after dusk, but I never returned to that gate. I drove past it only once, and the sight of the maples and stone monuments made my stomach clench. I slowed as if I might turn in, then pressed the accelerator and sped away. The road curved around a small pond, and I watched the moon reflect off the water, dark and restless. The graveyard stayed there, under the maples, untouched by streetlights or traffic. People drove by, maybe noticed the gate, but likely thought it was just a small plot behind old trees. They didn't know the way the air could change, how a vine could hide something sharp enough to bruise skin. They didn't know how a quiet night could feel heavy, as if the stones themselves waited for someone to wake them. I told myself to move on. I ignored the tremors in my palm when I tried to type. I wrapped my hand in ice packs and took aspirin until the bruise faded. But I never erased the memory of that squeeze of cold. I never stopped picturing a shape behind the monument, just out of view waiting. I know now that some places keep secrets, tucked into the cracks of stones and roots of trees. When I cross that stretch of road now, my eyes drift to the iron gate and maples, and I remember the hush, the sudden pinch, the bruise that appeared hours later. I remember the weight of silence pressing in. I remember the way my hand throbbed. I remember deciding in that moment that I would never go back. And I haven't returned. I avoid the road at night. I avoid talk of the place. The bruise healed, but the memory did not. It settled into my bones, a warning not to test boundaries I don't understand. We camped in the same place every single year, for as long as I can remember. It was one of those traditions that never got old, something that became so normal and routine it felt like part of who we were. The campsite wasn't some paved, polished thing with electrical hookups and a visitor center. It was raw, wild land, tucked away off a logging road so rough you'd feel every bump for hours after you stopped driving. It was a solid 2-hour drive past any paved roads, and the last half hour was mostly navigating by landmarks and memory. The place wasn't marked on any maps I'd seen, and my dad always just called it the site. Once you were out there, it was all forest. Just endless trees, pines mostly, with some birches mixed in, and thick underbrush that grew in patches. The campsite itself sat in a clearing near a small lake. The water was clean and cold, the kind that stung your skin even in the middle of July, and there were patches of rock and moss that felt like they'd never been touched by people. There was no phone signal, no lights except the stars, just the sound of the wind through trees and the occasional snap of branches at night when something moved out there. We'd go out there for 2 weeks at a time. My family, me, my 2 younger brothers, mom and dad, would pitch 2 big canvas tents, one for the kids and one for the parents. My dad would set up a massive fire pit made of stones we'd dig out of the woods, and Mom always packed way too much food. We'd fish, hike, swim, and sometimes just lay on the rocks and stare up at the sky for hours. There were no distractions. But every summer, me and my brothers would get a little braver, a little more curious. And one summer, when I was around 13, we found something strange. Something that stuck with me in a way I still think about all the time, especially late at night. We were wandering a couple kilometers from the camp one day, just walking along a narrow game trail that ducked and twisted through the woods. It was a lazy, hot afternoon, and we didn't have much to do, so we just kept going. After about an hour of walking, we found this barbed wire fence. It ran in both directions as far as we could see, and it was taller than we were. Of course, being boys, the fence became a challenge. Something about it just felt like an invitation to find out what was on the other side. But it was too high to climb, especially with the barbed wire across the top, and we didn't want to shred our shirts or arms. So we did the next best thing. We decided to dig under it. My dad had this old folding shovel, a tactical military-style one with a blade on one side and a jagged edge on the other. He used it for fire pits and burying trash. We borrowed it for some reason that day. I think we said we were going to dig a hole for a fire. Anyway, we took turns hacking at the dirt under the fence, scraping and tossing out clumps of root-filled earth. It took a while, and the hole wasn't very big, but eventually we made something low enough and wide enough that we could wriggle through on our stomachs. On the other side of the fence, the woods looked the same, but they felt different. There was something quieter about them. The ground was a little softer. We kept walking, heading in a random direction, with no path or trail. Just wandering. After maybe 20 minutes, we heard the faint sound of water. We followed it, and soon came to a river. It wasn't a big river, more like a wide creek, maybe 15 feet across in some places, and only a couple feet deep. The bank was steep and muddy, and in the heat of summer, the water was low and slow, exposing rocks and roots that stuck out like old bones. We climbed down and started walking along it, just killing time. We had no goal in mind, just walk until we got bored. We'd probably been following it for another 30 minutes when we saw something that made us stop. It was a car. At first, it didn't even look real. Just this shape in the bank, partly sunken into the soft, muddy earth, with moss growing over the top. As we got closer, we saw it was an old Volkswagen Beetle. The kind from the 60s or 70s, all curves and soft edges. Only this one was wrecked. The front end was crushed in like it had slammed into a tree or something hard. The windshield was gone, so were all the other windows. The doors were rusted shut, and the paint was mostly gone, just patches of red and white clinging to the corroded metal. But the weirdest thing wasn't the wreck. It was the roof. There was a hole in the roof. Not just a rusted patch or some rot, it was punched through. A hole about the size of a beach ball, and the metal around it was bent outward, like something had burst through from the inside. Not caved in from above, blown out. We stared at it for a long time. Eventually, we decided to get a closer look. Using our pocket knives and the shovel, we started prying at the driver's side door. It took forever. The hinges were fused with rust, but we were stubborn kids, and eventually, with enough leverage and effort, the door cracked open with a horrible metal scream. The inside was worse. The seats were shredded, not just torn like from age or animals, ripped in a way that looked violent. Stuffing spilled out like guts, and the floor was layered with old muck, leaves, and moss. There was no glass anywhere. No sign of anything personal. Except one thing. On the driver's side floor, half buried in sludge, was a shoe. A single leather shoe, brown, with the laces still tied. It looked out of place, like it had just been taken off, not lost in a wreck. No holes, no chewed parts, just sitting there. We didn't say anything, just stood there staring at it, like we were waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. Eventually we backed out, pulled the door shut again, and just stood there for a while looking at the car, the river, the trees. There were no roads out here. No trails. No sign of logging or old cabins or anything. Just wilderness. We had no idea how that car had gotten there. We came back the next summer. We brought our friends. We showed them the car, told them the story. Everyone agreed it was creepy as hell, but nothing ever happened. No ghosts, no weird feelings. Just that car, rotting a little more every year, sinking deeper into the mud. Eventually, you could barely see it. The last summer we went out there, before we all got too old for camping trips with our parents. The car was almost completely gone. The bank had swallowed it. Only a bit of the roof stuck out now, and the hole was still there, rusted and jagged like some mouth trying to scream. We never told our parents. We never told anyone, really. It felt like a secret, a place we'd found that belonged to us, even if it didn't feel right. Years later, I tried to look into it. I searched online for any records of a missing car in that area. Looked up old wrecks, missing persons reports. I even emailed the local RCMP detachment, asking if there were ever any accidents reported out that way. I didn't mention the car, just asked if anyone had ever driven off into the woods and disappeared. They said no. There weren't any roads near there, not for miles. No logging routes either. That whole stretch of land beyond the barbed wire was part of a privately owned wildlife reserve. No public access. But there was something that stuck with me. Something I kept thinking about. That hole in the roof. If the car had crashed, maybe flipped, I could understand a lot of the damage. Even the isolation. Maybe someone had dumped it there a long time ago, pushed it off a trail that used to exist. Maybe the forest had grown up around it. But that hole, the metal was punched outward, like something inside had forced its way out. Maybe it was heat and pressure from the crash. Maybe it was animals. But that shoe, that damn shoe, sitting there so clean, so placed, and the fact that it was the only thing left. Sometimes I dream about that car. I see it in my sleep, but the river is gone. The trees are all dead. The car is just sitting there in the dirt, waiting. I walk up to it, and the driver's door creaks open by itself. There's no one inside, just the shoe. I still don't know how it got there, or who it belonged to, or what happened to the person who was driving it. But I'll never forget it. We haven't been back to that campsite in years. Life gets busy. We all got older, moved on. But sometimes late at night, I'll remember the feel of that shovel in my hands, the sound of the river, the sight of that twisted metal roof, and I'll wonder if that fence was there to keep something out, or to keep something in. The cold hit me the moment we stepped off the snow-covered path into the small clearing. It was January, deep winter, and the kind of cold that steals your breath before you even realize it's left. The woods behind my house stretched out in every direction, untouched and unclaimed, about an acre or two, maybe a little more. No one lived in it. No one owned it. We'd been camping there more times than I could count. It was our little piece of wilderness, right behind my place, close enough to run home if we had to, but far enough to feel like we were really out there. 5 of us, me and my college buddies, had planned this trip for weeks. The day had been slow, hanging out, packing gear, and eating dinner in my kitchen. We were all pumped, excited to get out of the house and into the quiet woods, to drink some beer, make a fire, and just get away from the stress of school and work. We'd brought enough gear to last us a couple of nights: tents, sleeping bags rated for cold weather, extra layers, plenty of food, and firewood. The plan was simple: hike deep enough into the woods to reach that clearing we always camped at, set up, light a fire, and just chill. By the time we got there, the sun was gone. The sky was a black canvas dotted with stars that shivered against the biting cold. The temperature was brutal. I checked my phone when we stopped, and the screen told me it was about minus 35 degrees Fahrenheit. I'd never felt cold like that before. It wasn't just the air, it was the way the cold seemed to settle into your bones. We all zipped up our jackets, pulled our hats down low, and started unpacking. The clearing was perfect. It was surrounded by thick trees, pines and firs mostly, with a carpet of snow that looked almost untouched except for where we'd been before. We cleared a spot for the fire, building a ring of rocks we'd arranged on past trips. There was an old wooden bench tied between 2 trees with rope, and a makeshift table that someone had hammered together out of scrap wood. It was worn down from use, but sturdy. We set down our packs and started stacking firewood. Starting the fire took longer than usual because the wood was damp from the snow. We fed it kindling, blowing gently, coaxing the flames alive. Finally, a warm glow spread out, and the cold felt just a little less sharp. We pulled out our cards, some cheese and crackers, and settled around the fire, letting the warmth sink into our faces. The fire crackled and popped, sending little sparks into the dark sky. The woods around us were silent except for the occasional creak of a tree swaying in the cold wind. The only sound besides our quiet shuffling and card movements was the occasional crunch of snow underfoot as one of us shifted position or reached for a snack. That's when it started. At first, it was faint, almost easy to miss if you weren't paying close attention. There was a rustling sound somewhere out in the trees. Leaves crunching, branches snapping lightly. Not the regular sound of a squirrel or a bird. This was heavier, slower, and somehow off rhythm. I noticed it first. I was watching the fire, my breath making little clouds in the air, when the noise caught my ear. It wasn't human footsteps. Humans walk with a rhythm, a steady beat. This was uneven, jerky, like something limping or dragging a leg. It was faint, but it came from just beyond the edge of the clearing, somewhere deeper in the woods. The others heard it too. Nobody said anything at first. We all stopped what we were doing and just listened. The rustling moved slowly closer, then paused. It didn't sound like it was searching for us, but it was definitely moving toward the clearing. After a moment, the sound stopped. We looked at each other, unsure. My heart was starting to race. We decided to keep playing cards, trying to push the noise out of our heads. Maybe it was an animal. Maybe a deer had wandered in. Maybe it was just the wind moving the branches. A few rounds later, the rustling came again. This time closer. Joe, one of my buddies, grabbed his flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, slicing the shadows between the trees. I told him to stoke the fire while he looked around. We all huddled together, eyes peeled toward the woods. The cold was biting, but the fire kept us grounded. Joe moved carefully around the clearing, shining the light into the dark forest. After a few minutes, he came back and said he hadn't seen anything, but one of our benches was tipped over. We'd lashed it tightly between 2 trees, so it shouldn't have moved on its own. We fixed the bench quickly and sat down again, closer to the fire. Cheese and crackers tasted less enjoyable with that weird feeling crawling over us. Time passed. The fire burned low, the cold creeping in. The woods seemed darker than before, thicker. It was about midnight, or maybe a bit later when it happened. The sound came suddenly, slicing through the silence like a razor. A shriek, high-pitched, piercing, the kind of scream that makes your skin crawl and your breath catch in your throat. It was loud, raw, and desperate, like nothing I'd ever heard in the woods. Not a person, not an animal. It was awful, like a banshee's cry if banshees were real. But I don't believe in that crap. It was real though, and it was terrifying. The noise echoed through the trees, bouncing off the trunks, getting louder and closer. I stood up, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. We all moved quickly toward the tents. No words were spoken. There was no time for that. We threw our gear into our packs, hands shaking as we stuffed everything in. The fire was dying, the last embers flickering. I grabbed the flashlight and shone it out into the dark woods. Nothing was there. No shape, no movement. Just the cold, heavy silence. We didn't wait. We zipped up our tents, snatched our packs, and headed out, the path back to the house seeming longer and darker than ever. The shriek didn't come again, but the fear stayed with us. Every crackle of a branch, every rustle of leaves made us jump. We didn't stop until we reached the edge of the woods, where the lights of my house were faint but shining like a beacon. When we finally got inside, we locked the doors, bolted the windows, and sat in the living room, shaking off the cold and trying to make sense of what happened. No one ever explained that scream. It didn't sound like any animal I knew. It wasn't a person in trouble. Whatever it was, it stayed hidden in the dark woods, waiting. We never went back to that clearing again, not in winter at least. The memory of that night, that scream, stays with me every time I think about camping behind my house. The cold still gets under my skin, but it's the sound that haunts me. The sound that promised something was out there, watching, waiting. And maybe it still is. I never meant to wander so far. It was my friend's birthday, and she'd insisted we all go hiking to celebrate. I hate gatherings, hate the endless chatter and forced smiles. Her friends didn't bother me before, but that morning, something in me snapped. Instead of sticking with the group, I veered off the trail as soon as I could, plunging into underbrush to explore on my own. The forest was cool and damp, the scent of pine needles heavy in the air. Sunlight flickered through leaves overhead, thrown down in shifting patterns on the ground. I followed a narrow deer path alongside a sleepy creek. The water ran shallow, clear enough to see stones smoothed by years of flow. After a while, mud walls rose on both sides of me like crumbling cliffs. The earth, slick and dark, glowed with moisture. I'd lost any sense of where my friends were. I couldn't even hear their laughter now. I crouched at the water's edge, toes submerged, testing the mud's grip with my boots. Every step sank me an inch deeper. The walls pinched closer ahead, until I realized I was in a tight ravine. The creek hissed through narrow rock, and when I looked up, the mud cliffs on either side stretched higher than I could reach. I turned my head slowly, trying to find a way back, but already the trail I'd taken had disappeared beneath thick roots and shrubs. My heart thudded. I pressed on. The creek bed sloped down, and soon the mud walls gave way to a sheer metal barrier rising straight out of the ground. Rusted steel sheets bolted together to form an unbroken wall. Whoever built this must have poured concrete behind it, but nature had long since reclaimed the other side. Ivy curled around the edges, and moss clung to every rivet. The metal was cold and rough to the touch. I ran my fingers along a seam. It left a dark streak of rust on my skin. I sat down in the water, letting the creek lap my ankles as I studied the wall. Why build a dam here? The metal didn't span the entire width of the ravine. It stopped short on either side where mud walls plunged straight down. Behind it, I could see nothing, only darkness and a few streaks of water trickling through seams. Maybe it was meant to hold back a landslide or divert water. I shook my head, uneasy. My friend's laughter, distant now, felt like a whisper from another world. I glanced down at my feet and froze. A pale shape lay half buried in mud, a rock covered in slick slime, but shaped so strangely that at first I thought it was man-made. Then I saw another, and another, small, thin, curved bits that caught the light like bone. My stomach churned. I knelt, brushing away mud with my palm. A rib? A fragment of skull? There were dozens of them, scattered among pebbles, bleached white. My mind hammered between explanations. Animal bones, deer or fox, maybe. But the shapes were too large, too curved to be from small game. These felt human. I stood quickly, water sloshing. My heart ratcheted tight. Adrenaline roared in my ears. I turned, instincts screaming to go back to the group. But as I raised my foot, I heard it. A faint crack, like a skeleton snapping or a branch breaking under weight. It echoed through the ravine, stopped. I froze, chest tight. My boots slid on the slick mud. I lunged forward, slipping almost to my knees before scrambling upright. I power walked back the way I came, the creek's shallow water slapping against my shins. My eyes darted at every shadow. The walls here were taller than me, and the sky looked like a thin strip above. I kept my head down, following muddy footprints I'd made earlier, hoping they'd guide me out. Then I heard it again, a crack, a staccato echo, closer this time. I broke into a run, scrambling over stones, splashing through mud. My lungs burned. Halfway back, the crack came again, like something large stepping on a twig. I skidded to a halt, chest heaving. Silence pressed in. I yelled for them at first, a raw, ragged shout that sounded too small in this place. No answer. The woods on either side were dense. I couldn't see beyond the mud cliffs. Gathering my courage, I ran again faster. I slipped twice, knees hitting rock, but I pushed on. My ears strained for the sound of my friends' voices, their calls for me. Nothing but the creek and my pounding heart. After what felt like an eternity, the walls opened to a wider, flatter area where sunlight poured down. My boots clattered on dry stones. I burst through underbrush onto a familiar path, the main trail. Relief washed over me, so intense it took my breath. I broke into a jog, emerging onto a bluff where the rest of them were gathered, sitting on fallen logs and sharing snacks. They glanced up as I charged forward, startled. I collapsed on my knees at the trail's edge, hands braced on my thighs, chest heaving. They jumped up, concerned, asking questions I couldn't answer. I pointed back the way I'd come, voice brittle. "Don't go back there." No one believed me. They laughed it off as nerves, or maybe I'd fallen and gotten spooked. They teased me gently, nudging me to calm down and rest. I stayed crouched, head down, until one of them tossed me a bottle of water. They wanted to continue, to see a waterfall further up the trail. I shook my head, stepping back. "No," I said almost to myself. "Let's turn around." They argued it was no big deal, that I must have just imagined noises, that bones were probably just animal remains washed down from upstream. The metal wall, maybe part of an old mining operation. They chattered rational explanations that I couldn't hold on to. My skin still felt like it was crawling. Slowly, I convinced them. We turned around and retraced our steps, voices light, laughter forced. Part of me stayed on high alert, scanning the trees. The further we walked, the more I tried to shake the vision of that metal wall, of pale curved bones glinting in mud. I tried to focus on the sunshine and the birdsong. My friends talked about birthday plans, post-hike pizza, nothing serious. By the time we reached the parking lot, the strange fear had sunk deeper, a cold knot in my gut. The woods behind us looked peaceful, harmless. The trailhead sign invited hikers to explore a scenic route. It seemed impossible that anything sinister lurked there. But I knew better. I could still hear the snaps in the trees. I could still see the bones half buried in mud. And I knew I would never hike that trail again. At home, I scoured online maps and old Forest Service logs. There was no record of a dam or metal wall. No accounts of missing hikers or skeletons found. Just the usual warnings about slippery creek beds and sudden drop-offs. I closed my laptop, unsatisfied. In my mind, the metal barrier remained, a silent sentinel guarding secrets best left buried. I told my friend not to plan another hike for her birthday. She rolled her eyes but agreed, and though I tried to laugh it off, my nights grew restless. Every dream took me back to that ravine, to the slick mud walls pressing in, to the pale bones. And the cracks, always the cracks, echoing in the trees just behind me. Months later, I learned that the land had once been private property. A rusted gate stood at its entrance, long since removed. Locals spoke of old logging camps and a rail line that ran nearby. Some claimed they saw odd metal sheets leaning against trees, abandoned equipment. No one mentioned bones. No one admitted to exploring the ravine. It remained a forgotten slice of earth, claimed by trees and water. I never went back. But every time I drive past the old trailhead, I glance down the path, half expecting to see a sliver of metal flash among branches. Sometimes I think I hear something, a soft crack, the scrape of stone. And I remember that day, the way the bones glinted, the way the mud swallowed my boots. I remember the wall, rusted and silent, its purpose unknown. Whatever it was meant to hold back, it held something far worse. Questions I still can't answer, and a part of me that stays behind, trapped in that dark, narrow ravine. Working at a hostel in Lisbon had its perks. The city itself was a mix of old charm and vibrant life, and meeting travelers from all over the world was part of the daily rhythm. One evening, after my shift was winding down, I found myself chatting with a girl who was part of a large group staying at the hostel. Her friends, about 25 of them, were all going to a prearranged dinner later that night. We talked for about an hour, just small talk at first, about the city, our travels, the usual stuff, but something about her felt different. She was easy to talk to, and we seemed to share a love for exploring without a plan. Eventually, I suggested we leave the hostel together and just wander around the city. She seemed surprised at first, considering she was supposed to be with her group. I told her, "Why don't you skip that boring pre-scheduled dinner with people you see every day and do something with me, a stranger you just met?" There was a pause, and then she smiled, asking what I had in mind. I had no plan. I told her as much, that I just loved to walk around Lisbon, turning corners randomly and discovering places I never would have found otherwise. To my surprise, she said she loved that idea. She said if I had given her a destination, she probably would have gone with her friends. But because the destination was unknown and random, it felt like an adventure. She was in. We left the hostel together, the late afternoon sun still warm but starting to cool as the evening approached. The hostel was on a hill, and as we reached the bottom, I asked her which way to go. She said right. We agreed to walk 5 streets before turning right again. That was how we planned it. Turn right after a certain number of streets, then decide again. We moved through the city like that, taking turns randomly, but always mindful of the surroundings. Lisbon felt safe in the areas we were exploring. The streets were well lit, people were out and about, and there was a buzz of life everywhere. We passed by a beautiful old church, its stone facade glowing in the golden light. The architecture was stunning, and I could tell she was as taken by it as I was. We kept walking, taking lefts and rights as if the city was guiding us. After about 25 minutes, we ended up in a quiet area with small cafes and little restaurants. They were hip and cozy, the kind of places that would only seat 20 people at most, but they smelled amazing. The scent of fresh bread, garlic, and grilled fish drifted through the air. We both got a little hungry, but decided to walk a bit further. We knew we could always double back if we wanted to eat there. The streets began to empty out as we moved away from the lively cafes. The city's hum faded, replaced by a quieter, almost eerie stillness. It was strange but not unpleasant, more like the city was sleeping. We reached a crossroads and she said, "Okay, this is our limit. Let's go back." I hesitated, then suggested one last turn. I figured maybe we'd find a great view or something interesting because the street was going uphill. At the crossroads, I asked her if we should turn left or right. She chose left. We walked a few steps, and just as I was about to say we should head back, I caught something out of the corner of my eye. It was like an explosion of sparks, but unlike any spark I had ever seen. It shot up about 5 stories high from the roof of a building to our left. At first, I thought it was a firework, but it wasn't. It looked more like the sparks you'd get if you took a chainsaw to metal or brick, but much bigger, more chaotic. And then, something impossible happened. The sparks began to move, not like they were falling, but like they were alive, like a flock of birds. They moved in loose formation, shifting and changing direction, slowly flying across the sky above us. There were maybe 100 or 150 individual pieces, each about the size of a cell phone. They flickered and shimmered with all the colors of fire, but they were more than just flames. They looked like they were made of light itself, glowing with a brightness that didn't flicker or die out. They moved with purpose, turning and flapping as if they had wings, though they were clearly not birds. I was frozen, utterly stunned. My mouth was open, but no sound came out. I watched the flock of fire-like creatures move slowly from the left, directly over our heads, and then continue ahead until they turned sharply around a building. We followed on foot, but the street ended, and they disappeared from view. The girl I was with was standing just a few feet away, as stunned as I was. Neither of us said anything, both of us struggling to understand what we were seeing. It wasn't fireflies. It wasn't any drone or technology one knew of. It wasn't electricity or some kind of light show. These things were alive. The way they moved was mesmerizing. The flames shifted colors unpredictably, with shapes flowing and folding like water reflecting sunlight, but always glowing, always alive. The light sparkled as if covered in thousands of tiny mirrors catching the sun's rays and throwing them back in every direction. They didn't burn out. They didn't grow. They just moved alive, vibrant, and totally otherworldly. I didn't have my phone on me to record it because I had just been moved to a different room at the hostel earlier that day. I'd thrown all my stuff into a locker to keep it safe and ended up without my phone when I left. The girl had a camera back at the hostel, but hadn't brought it along. We both tried to talk about it after the flock disappeared, but words failed us. It was the kind of thing that rattles you, shakes you down to your core. I love nature, strange species, weird insects, all kinds of animals and phenomena. But nothing I've ever read about or seen even comes close to this. We stayed there for a while longer, walking slowly back towards the city center, replaying the moment in our minds. Neither of us could come up with a reasonable explanation. We shared the same experience, the same bewilderment. After that night, I kept thinking about it for months, trying to find some logic or reason. A few months later, I found a post online from someone in the Cascais area talking about strange lights in the night sky. The report said it was bioluminescent insects, but the size they described didn't match what I saw at all. I was sure these things were far larger, and the way they moved was not insect-like at all. I was relieved, though, to see that I wasn't the only one noticing strange things. It's been nearly 2 years now. I haven't found any solid answers. The only thing I know is that two people who had never met before, two people who just happened to decide to wander the city together, saw the same impossible thing. I'm convinced this is not a hallucination or some trick of light. Whatever it was, it felt like a glimpse of something unknown, something new, something alive that humans aren't meant to understand yet. And I know this. I will never forget that night, the flicker of those firebirds, the impossible light that danced over Lisbon's streets. That moment changed how I see the world. I still walk the city sometimes, hoping to see them again. Maybe one day someone else will tell the same story, and maybe then we'll begin to understand. Until then, I hold on to that memory, clear and vivid as if it happened yesterday. It was real, it was strange, and it was unlike anything I've ever experienced before. When I was 14, my dad took me hunting up in northern Michigan. It was something we did every year, just the two of us, getting away from the noise of town and the usual distractions. Hunting was never about trophies or big kills for us. It was about the quiet, the waiting, and the slow crawl of time in the woods. We didn't follow trails or roads. Instead, we just walk into the forest, picking a spot where we thought the deer might come through, and sit down to wait. No noise, no fuss. That trip was supposed to be no different. The day was clear, cool but not cold, with the smell of pine and damp earth hanging heavy in the air. The forest was dense, mostly pine and hardwoods, with thick underbrush that made walking tricky. My dad carried the rifle, and I had the pack with some snacks and water. We'd moved past the usual spots we hunted and kept going deeper into the woods than I'd ever been before. I remember thinking how strange it was that we were going so far without using the trails like usual. The forest felt older here, more tangled and wild. The ground was littered with fallen branches and dead leaves, the kind that crunched softly under our boots with every step. After a while, we found a fallen tree, a big, thick trunk lying across a slight rise in the land. It looked like a good place to sit and watch. We dropped our gear and settled in. I looked around, taking in the quiet. The only sounds were the occasional bird call and the distant rustling of leaves. It felt peaceful, but also a little different than usual. I started scanning the woods carefully, eyes sharp for movement. That's when I saw it. Across a small clearing, maybe 100 feet from where we sat, was a cabin. It was small and old, made of rough-hewn logs, with a metal roof that glinted faintly in the fading light. It looked lived in but worn down, like someone used it as a seasonal place to get away, or maybe a hunting shack. The windows were dark, but I could see some things inside, shadows of furniture, maybe some tools hanging on the walls. There was a thin plume of smoke curling up from a rusty chimney, which told me someone was probably there or had been recently. I nudged my dad and pointed toward it. I said something about how it looked like someone's property. He just shook his head, told me I was imagining things, and to be quiet because I was scaring the deer away. I tried to argue a little, but he was serious. I knew better than to push when he was like that. So I stayed quiet, but I couldn't stop looking at the cabin. For the next couple of hours, as the sun dipped lower and the shadows grew longer, I kept my eyes locked on that cabin. My dad was scanning the woods in the other direction, focused and patient like he always was. But I kept feeling uneasy. It wasn't just the cabin, it was how close it was, how suddenly it had appeared after walking so far into the woods. It was almost like the forest was different here, tighter, darker somehow. The sky started to shift from orange to purple, the light fading fast. My dad finally said it was time to head back. I felt reluctant but nodded. Before we stood up, I told him to hold on a second. I didn't want to just leave it there, not with how strange everything felt. I got up and started walking toward the cabin. My boots sank slightly into the mossy ground, and I kept my eyes on the trees, watching for any sign of deer or movement. When I got within about 20 feet of where the cabin had been, something changed. The air felt heavier. The smell of pine and earth was suddenly muted. The shadows between the trees deepened. And then, the cabin wasn't there anymore. Not just hidden behind a tree or covered by shadows, but completely gone. It was like the forest had shifted or swallowed it up. One moment I was sure it was right there. The next it was just empty woods. I blinked and looked around, confused. There was no clearing, no cabin, only trees, thick brush, and the cold silence of the woods. I walked forward a few more steps, looking for any sign of it. Nothing. I turned back the way I'd come, trying to shake the feeling of disorientation. My heart was pounding harder than usual. I wondered if I was seeing things, or if maybe I'd been so focused that my brain had played a trick on me. But no matter how much I tried to convince myself, I couldn't forget every detail of that cabin. The shape, the windows, the roof, even the smoke from the chimney. I walked back to my dad as fast as I could, feeling a chill I couldn't explain. When I told him there was no cabin, he just shrugged and said it didn't matter. We needed to get back to the truck before dark. We started walking, the forest closing in around us, and I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see that cabin again somewhere just out of sight. But it never came back. The woods felt different on the way back, less mysterious and more empty. We eventually reached the truck in near darkness, the last light slipping away from the sky. That night, I lay awake in my bed, staring at the ceiling and thinking about that cabin. I tried to remember every detail, the way the windows framed the dark inside, the way the metal roof caught the fading sun, the smell of smoke and old wood. It felt like something out of a dream, but I knew it wasn't. I knew what I saw. Over the years, I told a few people about it, but they just shrugged or told me I must have been tired or imagining things. Maybe I was. But that moment, standing there, certain I was close to that cabin, then watching it vanish like it never existed, has stayed with me. I still think about it when I'm alone in the woods or when I hear stories about strange things in the forest. What happened that day? I don't know. Maybe the cabin really was abandoned and someone took it down quickly. Maybe it was a hunting blind or a shed that had been camouflaged. Or maybe it was something else, something that shouldn't have been there. And when I got too close, it just disappeared. Whatever the case, I never went hunting that far into the woods again. And I never forgot that cabin, because sometimes the forest holds more secrets than you ever expect, and not all of them come with easy answers. When I was about 10 years old, something happened one night that I still can't really explain. It wasn't just a regular nightmare. It felt different, darker, more real. It all started with a dream, but it ended with me waking up in a way that shook me to my core. That night, I went to bed like usual, in my small room with the blue walls covered in posters of spaceships and planets. My bed was against the wall under the window, where the faint glow of the streetlight outside spilled in just enough to make shapes on the ceiling. The house was quiet except for the soft hum of the heater and the ticking of the old clock on the dresser. My dad's room was right down the hall, and sometimes, if I was lucky, I'd hear his snoring through the thin walls. I was drifting off, halfway between being awake and asleep, when the dream started. At first, it was nothing special. I was walking through a dark hallway, but not the kind of hallway from school or home. It was long, narrow, and cold-looking, like something out of a science fiction movie I'd seen called Alien. The walls were metal, and the lights flickered overhead in that buzzing way that makes you feel uneasy. The air was thick and heavy. I felt it pressing down on me. As I walked, I suddenly felt sick. Not just a little queasy, but like something inside me was twisting and turning in a way I'd never felt before. My stomach churned, and I had this horrible cold sweat breaking out all over my body. It was strange because I was still in the dream, but part of my mind was starting to realize that this was not just a regular dream. It was something else. I knew I was dreaming, but I couldn't stop myself from moving forward, walking faster, almost running, down that endless hallway. The more I ran, the darker everything got. The buzzing lights started to fade, and the walls seemed to close in around me. The metal was turning black and slick like oil. I could hear my footsteps echoing, but something else was there too, a heavy, dragging sound behind me, like something large was following me. My heart in the dream pounded louder than I've ever heard, and the sick feeling in my stomach became worse, twisting into fear and panic. I came to the end of the hallway, but instead of opening into another room or hallway, it just ended in a wall of pure blackness, as if someone had painted over the air itself. Then, out of that blackness, something appeared. I never actually saw the whole thing clearly, just the edges, the shape, and the terrible feeling it gave me. It was big, and it moved slow, but I knew it was a monster. It was the kind of thing you don't want to look at because your brain knows it's wrong, but you can't help it. The monster seemed to stretch out its long, dark limbs, and it was coming for me. I knew in that moment, deep inside, that I was about to die in the dream. There was no escape. The fear was overwhelming and real. My chest felt tight, and I opened my mouth to scream, hoping somehow that the noise would pull me out of the nightmare. I screamed. I woke up screaming. But I didn't just wake up in my bed like normal. No, I woke up about 3 feet in the air. I was suddenly weightless for a moment, then I crashed down hard on the bed. The impact hurt my back and rattled my bones. It was so sudden and so violent that I gasped, frozen in shock. My dad came running into my room, his voice rough from waking up so fast. He asked if I was okay, but I couldn't answer. I was trembling, my breath short and fast. The dark edges of the nightmare were still crawling around my mind, making it hard to think clearly. I never told him what happened that night. It felt too strange, too unbelievable. How do you explain waking up in the air, then falling hard? And the scream, so loud and desperate? It wasn't like me to make that much noise while sleeping. I usually slept very still, almost like I was frozen. I never sleepwalked, never talked in my sleep. My parents always said I was a quiet sleeper. After that night, I tried to push it out of my mind, but it stayed with me like a shadow I couldn't shake. For years, every time I closed my eyes, I could still see the endless hallway, the blackness at the end, and the shape of that thing coming for me. I felt the cold, sick feeling in my stomach, and I could hear the echo of my footsteps and my own scream. I tried to make sense of it, looking for answers. Maybe it was sleep paralysis mixed with a nightmare, I thought. Or maybe it was my brain's way of trying to warn me about something I didn't understand. I read about people who have vivid dreams that feel real, who sometimes thrash or move in their sleep, but none of those explanations fit me perfectly. I wasn't moving around much at all in my sleep, and I'd never experienced anything like waking up in the air and falling. Sometimes I wondered if it was a strange type of nightmare combined with a sudden muscle spasm or something, but that didn't explain the scream or the noise my dad heard. It was almost like my body jumped awake, throwing me off the bed like I'd been pushed by an unseen force. I grew up, but the memory stayed. I never forgot that night. It was a reminder that our minds can do strange things, even when we think we're safe in our own beds. The idea that my brain could trap me in that endless hallway, making me feel sick and scared, and that my body could react so violently without me controlling it, that scared me more than any ghost story or made-up monster. Eventually, I learned to live with it, to accept that some things don't have easy answers. Maybe it was just a rare nightmare, the kind that some people have once or twice in their lives. Maybe it was something I'd never fully understand, but it taught me something important. Sometimes, fear doesn't come from outside things or monsters. Sometimes it comes from inside, from the deepest parts of our own minds, and it can feel just as real as anything in the waking world. That night, I learned how powerful fear is, and how it can trap you in places you don't want to be, even when you're awake. It's a feeling I'll never forget, and even now, when the lights flicker or the house goes quiet at night, I sometimes wonder if that hallway is still there, waiting at the edge of my mind, just out of sight. But I don't run from it anymore. I just breathe and remind myself that no matter how real it feels, it's just a dream, and I'm still here. I grew up in that house, the one my parents had built from the ground up, and I can still see those walls in my mind, fresh paint gleaming under the lights. The floors were smooth and clean, the rooms bright and new. When we moved in, everything smelled of fresh wood and plaster, and I walked through each space as if marking new territory. In the daytime, it felt like an adventure, like I was exploring a castle that I would one day inherit. But at night, the castle became something different. At night, the rooms changed shape in the corners of my vision. I would wander through a hallway and catch a flicker of black or gray at the edge of my sight, something that dissolved the second I turned my head. I told myself it was my mind playing tricks, that the newness of the house sent my brain looking for patterns. I learned what sleep paralysis was and how our minds can weave monsters in the dark, so I blamed every shadow on my own imagination. But that did not stop my heart from thumping against my ribs when I'd pass from one room to the next and feel like I wasn't alone. Those first years passed under a strange cloud of half-seen shapes and moments when I'd jerk awake to the feeling of someone watching me from the foot of my bed. Sometimes the darkness felt too heavy, pressing in on me so that I could hardly breathe. I would lie still, staring at the ceiling, knowing that any movement might draw the shape closer. So I stayed as quiet as possible until the sun began to lighten the curtains. I learned not to talk about it. My parents were busy with work. My younger brother was too small to understand. And I thought it would sound silly to tell friends about the dark shapes that ghosted the hallway. I thought it best to keep my terror private. I hoped that if I whispered it only inside my skull, I could control it there. I found comfort in routines. I arranged my room a certain way, lined up my books just so, kept the same flashlight by my bed. In the basement, I had a shelf of old board games that I would pull down when the night felt too still. I turned on the lights one by one, clicking the bulbs into brightness until the room glowed with warmth. Light banished the shapes. I needed to see every corner. Once, when I was about 14, I spread my blankets on the cement floor and slept under a pile of pillows, refusing to climb up the stairs until morning. My brother teased me about camping in the basement, but I told him it was an adventure. He never asked why I chose that of all places to camp. Time slid by. High school began. I studied harder to distract myself. I rode my bike until dusk, listening to the wind rush past and feeling the air on my face. Away from the house, I felt safe. In my first year of college, I got rid of my childhood bedroom and stored my things in the basement. I left the house behind. I called it progress, but maybe I was just running. Still, for a long time I did not see the shadows. At least, not until the day I went back with my brother to clear out old boxes. I was about 20 then. We had decided to sell the house, pay off some debts, and move on fully. My brother and I kept joking we'd find dusty trophies or an old diary down there. I laughed more than I had in years. The basement felt brighter somehow. The walls showed their age. A few scuffs, a water stain here, a loose board there. The fluorescent lights hung crooked, humming with electricity. I walked through it with my hands shoved in my pockets, dust motes floating in the air. I had tied my hair back that day, twisting it into a ponytail while I stepped toward the hall mirror that leaned against the wall. I looked into the mirror to check that my hair was neat. Then I saw him. I could only see half of him, but that was enough. White clothing, long greasy black hair hanging in clumps, face hollow as a dried gourd, black stains under his eyes. He stood just beyond the frame of the mirror, his body half hidden by the door jamb. He did not move. He had no breath of life that I could sense. For 2 seconds, or maybe 5, he stared back at me. I felt a wave of ice wash through me, as if I had plunged into a lake. Then he was gone. The hallway lay empty. I pressed my hand to my chest and realized I was panting. My brother turned at that sound, standing a few feet away with a box tucked under his arm. He did not see anything. I blinked and rubbed my eyes, thinking I must be tired. I pulled him by the sleeve and told him we were going for a walk. He laughed, said okay, and we climbed the stairs into the fresh air. I did not look back. Later that night, when I lay in a hotel bed far from that house, I closed my eyes and the scene played over again. The mirror, the half-body, the dark hollows under his eyes. I tried to chase it away. I tried to tell myself it was stress, a trick of light, my own mind bending the world. But the image held fast in my mind like a photograph I could not put down. That night the shadows returned in my dreams. Months before the mirror, I had a dream of a woman. She floated down a long, empty hallway, her hair the same greasy black strands. Her face was thin, her eyes deep and haunted, her dress long and white, drifting like smoke around her. She passed through the far end of the corridor and vanished, leaving the air icy. In the dream I felt no fear. only a cold fascination, like I had known her all my life. I woke to the hum of my fan, staring at the ceiling, and for the first minutes I thought it had been real. I lay there until the color seeped back into the morning light. I carried that image with me. I sketched it sometimes in the margins of my notebooks, a pale silhouette drifting into darkness. I never showed anyone. I never told a soul. I assumed that when I walked out the front door of that brand new house for the last time, the specters would stay behind. And for a while they did. I moved into an apartment in the city. The walls were older, stained with watermarks, and the windows rattled in the wind. But I did not feel those black shapes there. I had more roommates, more noise, more excuses to stay up late or go out for walks. I sat in coffee shops until closing time, wrote until my eyes burned, ran my hands through my hair in restaurants so I could hide under a baseball cap. I stayed busy. It worked. I thought I had left the shadows in the basement behind. One winter, I went home for the holidays. The house was empty now, the yard overgrown, the interior stale with disuse. A real estate sign leaned at an angle on the lawn. I walked through with my parents once more, measuring rooms, pointing out chipped paint and out-of-place cabinets. When we reached the basement, I felt a cold tug in my chest, but I told myself it was nerves from being alone in that space again. I flipped on the lights and dust motes danced in the beams, but the mirror was gone. I remembered it leaning by the hall. Maybe the new owners had taken it. I felt a small relief. After that, life moved forward. I finished college. I found a job. I fell in love and moved to a different part of the country. I bought a small cottage. The nights there were peaceful. If I awoke, it was because of traffic outside or a thunderstorm. No dark forms lurked in the corners. I wondered if my mind had simply used that empty house to paint its fears, like a child coloring in an outline. I believed the explanations: low light, shadows cast by old trees outside, a smudge on the mirror. I believed I had outgrown those old ghosts. Still, every year around the anniversary of seeing that man in the mirror, I feel a chill. It only lasts a moment. I touch the back of my head where I tied my hair that day, and remember the way his eyes seemed to burn holes into mine. I remind myself that it was only a trick of light, only memory. I tell myself it means nothing. Now I am settled in my own home. The floors creak, the paint peels in bit of sunlit corners, and I know the sounds of my house. I have never seen those shadows here. I have never felt that cold pressure in my chest. But sometimes, when I walk past a mirror in a dim hallway, I pause. I look. I half expect to see a pale face, ragged hair, a thin body in white. I catch myself and laugh softly. I know it is just the way my mind works, chasing shapes in half-light. I stand up straighter, flip the light switch, and walk on, leaving the darkness behind. In the end, the story of that house is the story of growing up. Shadows fade with age. Mirrors lose their power. I learn to fill my nights with light and carry a small lamp when the past feels too close. I keep busy. I keep moving. And I have found that the moments of fear diminish until they are just echoes in memory. The house still stands, waiting for new lives to fill it. I will never own it again, nor do I want to. I have my own walls now, my own safe rooms. And even if my mind still plays tricks from time to time, I know how to chase the shapes away. So I sleep with the blinds drawn, I leave a narrow beam of lamp on my nightstand, and I let the darkness know it has no home here anymore. I remember the morning air on Oahu as something alive, heavy with warmth and the scent of damp earth. My sister and I woke before the sun, drawn by a restless urge to explore. We didn't follow marked paths or crowded trails. Instead, we slipped past the low fence behind our house, stepping into a world of tangled vines and thick ferns. Our bare feet sank into soft soil, and the air tasted of salt from the distant ocean. I could hear the faint roar of waves, muffled by the grove of ironwood and monkeypod trees. Light filtered through the canopy in golden streams, painting the undergrowth with shifting patterns. Every breath felt like an invitation to go deeper, to discover something our neighbors never noticed. We climbed without plan or map, guided only by the shape of the land and some impulse to ascend. At first, the slope was gentle, carpeted in bright green moss that cushioned our steps. Birds called out in hidden perches, their songs echoing through hollows in the earth. We paused to study a line of delicate orchids growing along a fallen log, each bloom a pale cup shaded with maroon. My sister reached out to touch one, her fingers barely brushing the petals. We lingered there, marveling at how life thrived in this quiet place untouched by visitors. There was no thrill in the climb yet, only the pure joy of wandering where few had gone before. Hours passed without our noticing. The sun rose higher, and the air grew warmer, sticky against our skin. We drank from a plastic bottle refilled at home, wiping sweat from our necks. Our clothes clung to us, and damp hair frayed around our faces. Still we pressed on, driven by something neither of us could name. The trees changed as we climbed higher. Koa and ohia began to appear, their bark rough and cracked. I brushed a hand against the trunk of an ohia, feeling its ancient strength. Somewhere beyond, the ridge of the mountains cut jagged against the sky, and I thought we might be close to the summit of our makeshift trail. But the forest offered no clear clue, only endless green and the promise of secrets buried in its depths. Then we came upon the stone structures, 3 cairns standing side by side as if waiting for us. They rose from the earth like creatures turned to granite, each one 6 or 7 feet long and nearly as tall. Vines crept around their base, threading through gaps between weathered stones. Moss clung to every surface, softening sharp edges and coloring the rock in muted shades of green. The air around them felt cooler, darker, as though the forest held its breath in their presence. I ran a finger along the top of the nearest cairn, marveling at how smooth the stone had become over centuries. Tiny bits of lichen dotted the surface, and I could imagine rain drifting down these mountains long before any human set foot here. We circled the cairns in silence. No wind stirred, and the only sound was our breathing and the faint rustle of leaves overhead. My heart thumped in my chest, partly from the climb and partly from awe. Without thinking, I brought my palms together and bowed my head. My sister followed suit. We stood there for a long moment, acknowledging something vast and unknowable. It felt right, as if we had recognized a threshold between worlds. Then my sister stepped back, nodding ever so slightly, and together we moved on, leaving the cairns behind like ghosts fading into the woods. We climbed higher still, winding along the flank of the mountain. The air thinned, and the soil grew rocky underfoot. I stumbled over roots hidden beneath fallen leaves, and my sister caught my arm to steady me. We laughed quietly, the sound strange in that hushed place. Occasionally we paused to rest, leaning against stones warmed by the sun. From some breaks in the trees we glimpsed the ocean, a broad sheet of blue merging with sky at the horizon. It gleamed with sunlight, serene and impossible to reach from here. By late afternoon the angle of the slope increased sharply. The forest floor broke away into steep drop-offs and deep crevasses. I peered over the edge of one chasm, my stomach fluttering at the sight of mossy walls falling away into shadow. My sister tested the ground ahead of her, toes curling at the edge of a rocky ledge. We realized then how far we had wandered. We had no water beyond what we carried, no compass, no flashlight. The sun dangled low behind the peaks, casting long fingers of light that danced between tree trunks. We began to talk, without words, only gestures, about turning back. But retracing our steps was difficult. The forest looked different in every direction, as though shifting beneath our feet. We started down as quickly as we dared, slipping on loose stones and dodging low branches. Shadows pressed close, swallowing the path ahead. At one point I lost sight of my sister for a heartbeat, and panic flared in my chest. I called out, and she answered by lifting her hand through the gloom, her silhouette narrow and steady. I exhaled and moved toward her. Our pace quickened until we were almost running, trying to outrun the dark that chased us like a living thing. The sun slipped behind the ridge, and before long every tree trunk became a looming colossus, every fern a reaching hand. I could hear the beat of my heart in my ears. My sister reached for my hand, and I grasped hers, relief flooding me at the warmth of her skin. We clung to each other, arms locked, feet finding the faintest suggestions of a path. Our breaths came in sharp gasps. Each step felt perilous, as if a single misstep would send us plunging into a crevasse. The air lost its warmth and turned cool, damp with evening mist rising from the undergrowth. At one point I felt us come to a small clearing, though it was more an accident in the trees than a true opening. My sister's grip tightened, and I followed her lead without question. Her steps were sure, unerring, as if she could see something I could not. I thought her eyes must be perfectly adjusted to the dark. I followed, staying close behind. We moved steadily, branches scraping our arms and legs, roots tripping us. Yet somehow she never faltered. I began to hope that this path would lead us back to the place we entered, to the world of streetlights and paved roads and friendly houses. Then, without warning, the forest thinned. I stumbled across a flat patch of ground, and the next moment I was staring at the old fence that bordered the edge of our neighborhood. A street lay just beyond, its asphalt surface pale under the glow of newly turned-on porch lights. I blinked, hardly believing my eyes. I turned to my sister and let out a laugh soaked in relief. She squeezed my hand hard, and I felt tears prick at my lids. We were out of the darkness, saved by something beyond our understanding. Only then did I notice the weight in my sister's other hand. She had been holding something else, not the flashlight we lacked, but a slender finger's grip that pulsed with a faint warmth. Her fingers were pale, and the skin seemed to strain as though clutching something that did not belong. I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came. Instead, I stared at the ground, trying to make sense of what had happened. We had been led out of a place where no trail existed, by a presence we neither saw nor heard. My sister's face was ashen, and her eyes wide with wonder and fear. We walked the last few yards to our house in silence, still entwined. The front door stood ajar, welcoming us with a gentle light. Only then did the weight on my sister's hand shift and fall away. She glanced down, her face tightening, and then she slipped her palm to her mouth, stifling a gasp that I did not hear. She turned without looking at me, stepped into the house, and closed the door with a soft click. I stood on the porch for a long moment, listening to the hum of evening sounds. Crickets calling, a distant car passing, the faint rustle of palm fronds in the night breeze. Inside, the lights were warm and familiar, the kitchen table scattered with mail and a single, half-eaten sandwich on a plate. Our mother's voice called to someone in the other room, but neither of us moved to answer. I sank into a chair, my mind still tangled in the wild woods. My sister emerged silently, her eyes rimmed red. She didn't speak. She rarely spoke of that night afterward. The memory lay between us like an unmarked scar. We never returned to those cairns. In the weeks that followed, we avoided the woods altogether, content to wander the paved streets or drive to crowded beaches. But I carried the memory of that unseen hand guiding us through darkness. I carried the weight of something older than any of us, something both gentle and relentless. Even now, more than 2 decades later, I can close my eyes and feel the press of cool stone beneath my fingers, the hush of wind through ironwood leaves, and the inexplicable peace that came when we emerged from the forest's heart. Someday I will return. I will slip past that fence once more, step into the cool air beneath the trees, and find the place where the cairns stand. I will place my hands together and bow, in thanks and in honor. I will leave a small offering, a stone from the shore, smooth and sun-warmed, to show my gratitude. I will walk away knowing that whatever guided us then still watches over these mountains, silent and steady, a guardian of paths we cannot see. And perhaps, in that moment, I will finally understand what held our hands and led us home. I remember the afternoon light drifting through the kitchen window, pale and drifting, the way it did every late summer day. The air felt thick and still, as if the house itself knew something heavy was coming. I was 9, and our small home on Maple Street felt like the whole world to me. It was a 2-story house painted a soft yellow, its clapboard siding whispering in the breeze that came through the front yard. In those days, my grandfather and grandmother lived with us in that same house. They had moved in when my grandfather's health started to slow, making it easier for my grandmother to care for him and for my mother to help where she could. My grandfather was a solid man, broad-shouldered and patient, with hands stained from decades of woodworking. His workshop was in the garage at the back of the house, filled with the smell of pine and varnish, and I used to watch him carve little wooden birds and airplanes on slow Saturday mornings. My grandmother was quieter, her hair always pinned up neatly, her voice soft but certain. She rose early each day to tidy the house and make coffee strong enough to wake the dead. I remember hearing her footsteps in the hallway before dawn, a slow, steady rhythm across the creaking floorboards. The night he was rushed to the hospital, I had fallen asleep on the couch in the living room, curled under my favorite blanket. I was woken by muffled shouting and the slam of the front door. My mother's face was pale when she came back inside, her eyes wide. I could hear her on the phone, her voice nearly a whisper. The emergency vehicle's wailing siren faded down the street as they carried him off, and I lay there, half asleep, wondering what it all meant. I did not understand then how serious it was, only that my mother looked scared, and my grandmother stood at the threshold, her face ashen but calm. I waited in the living room with my head on the coffee table, my ears straining, as though I might catch something important if I listened hard enough. My grandmother sat next to me, her hand on my hair, stroking it gently. She did not say he was gone, not yet. Instead, she said he was resting, that he needed to be strong. The words made me feel both hopeful and uncertain. She sounded certain, but her eyes flickered to the clock on the wall above the TV, its hands ticking loudly in the silence. When morning came, the phone rang before the sun was fully up. My mother answered it in the hallway, and then she and my grandmother came back in, their faces grim and drained. I rose and stood groggy in my pajama top, clutching the edge of the couch. My grandmother laid a hand on my shoulder. My mother knelt down and told me he had died at 6:02. The words felt distant, like they belonged to someone else's story. I tried to picture him lying there alone in the hospital bed. I tried to feel the shock I thought I ought to feel. Instead, a tight ache settled in my chest, unfamiliar and cold. That evening, when I should have been in bed, I was in the kitchen with my grandmother and mother, the three of us drawn together by grief. I remember the clock on the kitchen wall clearly. It was round, with a shining chrome rim and bold black numbers. Its second hand ticked in precise leaps. But that evening it did not move. Its hands were frozen at 6:02. My grandmother lifted her head from the counter, where she was washing dishes in the pale amber light. She did not flinch or startle. She just watched the clock as though it were the most natural thing in the world. I rose and went to the living room, where the battery-powered clock on the mantelpiece in my grandmother's bedroom also sat paused at 6:02. I opened the bedroom door quietly. The clock tick had once promised to carry me to sleep. Now its silence felt like a deeming that time itself had stopped for him. On the dresser lay his watch, the one he wore every day. It was a metal band, nicked and worn, the glass face reflecting the lamp light. That had stopped too. The watch's second hand hovered above the 12, frozen in that same moment. My grandmother joined me in the hallway. She stood beside me without a word. She placed a hand on the dresser, her fingers brushing the cold watch face. I felt the soft creases in her skin as she straightened and left the room. She did not say it was strange. She said later that it was a sign he was so important to all of us, that his passing had marked the very heart of our home. She spoke of it as though it were a gift, a quiet miracle in the face of sorrow. My mother nodded and agreed, but her eyes were damp. The clocks remained stopped for nearly a full week. Every time I passed the kitchen, I looked up at those hands, unable to tear my gaze away. Every night, I checked the clock in the bedroom, even as I lay awake in my bed, listening to the wind rustle the pine trees outside. I would turn over slowly, feeling the softness of the sheets and the hum of the furnace in the walls. The silence of the clocks echoed in my thoughts. I tried to imagine the world beyond those hands, moving through days and nights without my grandfather. The very idea of time moving on without him felt like a betrayal. After 8 days, my grandmother wound the clocks back to life. She replaced the batteries in each one. She reset the watch and placed it carefully in a wooden box she kept on a shelf in her bedroom closet. She closed the door without a word, as though she had performed a necessary ritual, and it was complete. The clocks ticked forward again, measuring hours and minutes in the usual way. But the watch stayed in the box, untouched. I never saw it again until years later when my grandmother passed her keepsakes to my mother. Growing up, I believed time stopped whenever someone important died. I thought clocks listened to sorrow and paused in trembling sympathy. I expected it to happen all the time. When an acquaintance lost a parent or a friend's hamster died, my mind leapt forward in anticipation of frozen hands and silent watches. But it never happened again. The few clocks in our home always ticked on, indifferent to grief and memory. It was as if the world decided to keep going, heedless of our pain. Later, long after my grandfather's funeral and my grandmother's soft tears had dried, I learned that clocks do not stop when people die. Batteries die. Mechanisms wear. Hands falter. A watch can get put away. I learned it in a classroom, taught by a science teacher who spoke of battery life and the physics of gears. I learned it from watching my own digital watch abruptly die one afternoon because I forgot to replace the battery. I tested the theory in my mind. If I celebrated someone's passing, would the clock stop? They did not. I felt a surge of disappointment, a sinking realization that the moment in our kitchen had been a coincidence. Even so, the memory lingers. I can still see those fixed hands, can still feel the weight of that week when time paused. I remember how my grandmother moved through the house, her faith carrying her, her devotion to ritual and prayer making sense of what felt senseless. She did not weep openly in those days, but she carried her rosary and whispered prayers at dawn. I watched her on Sunday morning kneeling at the foot of her bed, the soft hymn from church still lingering in her mind. She accepted the clocks as a sign, and I accepted her acceptance. The story of those stopped clocks has followed me through life. It came with me when I left for college, packed away in the fold of memory that I revisit on quiet evenings. I recall my own apartment, its digital clock blinking low battery with a tiny colon that refused to stay lit more than a flash. The irony struck me. After all that, it was my own forgetfulness that silenced a clock again. I replaced the battery, and it whirred back to life without ceremony. Last year, when my grandmother died, I looked at the clocks in her room. I wanted them to stop again, to give me that same strange comfort. But they kept ticking insistently, reminding me that the world does not pause for loss. The hush in the kitchen never returned. The house on Maple Street was gone then, sold and painted a different color by new owners. The workshop in the garage stood empty. The pine scent drifted away under dust and time. I have come to see that time does not stop. It continues whether we notice or not. And yet, in that long ago week when every clock in the house was frozen, I felt a kinship with something beyond myself. I felt as though the whole world had bowed its head for a moment to mourn with us. Science tells me it is impossible, but memory holds its own truths, stitched together from moments of wonder and coincidence that defy explanation. I choose to hold that memory gently, as a reminder that love can make us imagine the impossible. Now, when I glance at a clock and see it stopped, or a watch left unwound, I do not leap to belief that someone has died. I think instead of my grandfather's life, of the strength in my grandmother's quiet acceptance, of the way the house felt when time itself seemed to hush in respect. And I feel grateful for that week of stillness, for the way it taught me to listen for what lies beneath our daily rhythms, and for the knowledge that even when time marches on, the moments that mean the most can echo forever. I was 25 the first time I worked on that old house at the edge of town. My brother and I had been hired to refinish the garage and build new shelving along one wall. The place was quiet, a block off the main road, surrounded by tall pines that rustled softly in every breeze. Inside the garage, the air smelled of sawdust and oil, mingled with the faint scent of gasoline from an old lawnmower tucked in the corner. I set up my ladder beneath a bright work light, its glare cutting thin lines of shadow across the concrete floor. I climbed carefully, feeling the ladder rungs under my boots, the metal cool against my skin. The board I needed to nail in place was long and heavy, and I balanced it with my left hand while driving nails into the joist with my right. My brother worked a few feet away, measuring and cutting planks. He was quiet that morning, focused on his work, humming low to himself as he squared off each cut. The radio in the corner played a soft country song, mostly drowned by the thud of hammer on wood. Midway through the job, I paused and glanced over my shoulder at the open doorway leading into the kitchen. The garage door stood raised an inch, letting in the pale light of late afternoon. I shifted the board and braced it with my shoulder, then looked again. In the corner of my eye I caught movement, just a flicker, like something white stepping behind the door that linked the kitchen and garage. I froze for a moment mid-nail, and thought maybe a stray piece of plastic bag had blown in, or a stray reflection from the window across the driveway. I dropped the hammer, catching it before it clattered, and leaned forward to peer past the doorway. The kitchen beyond was empty. The tiled floor gleamed, the counters clear except for a dish rack by the sink. A polite silence filled the space, broken only by the hum of the refrigerator in the corner. I swallowed hard and climbed down, dust from the ladder puffing into the air. My brother looked up at me, eyebrows raised. I pointed silently to the doorway, expecting him to see something. He shook his head, turned his head, and then gave a small shrug before returning to his measuring tape. No one else was in the house. The real estate agent had left an hour earlier, and the owners were scheduled to return only the next day. The only living people in the house were the two of us. I stood back and took in the empty kitchen, the hanging light fixture above the sink, the silent fridge. Nothing moved, nothing stirred. I climbed back up and finished the nail, hands still trembling. As the day waned, I worked more briskly, trying to shake the cold knot in my chest. Every so often I would check the doorway. Imagine a pale face might be peering back at me. But the door frame remained empty. I focused on the wood, the fine lines in the grain, the feel of the hammer in my palm, the echo of each strike. Late afternoon light slanted through the dusty windows, casting long, thin rectangles on the floor. My brother stacked the cut boards against the far wall, then paused and ran his hand through his hair, giving me a quick look of concern. When we finished, we climbed down together. The shelves were up, sturdy, each bracket perfectly aligned. We wiped the sweat from our brows and packed our tools into the old van parked in the driveway. The job had taken longer than expected, but it looked good. I unlocked the front door and walked into the kitchen, planning to grab a drink from the sink before heading back home. The owner was standing by the counter, arms crossed. He smiled politely, but there was something in his eyes that made the back of my neck prickle. I greeted him without words. He motioned toward the doorway to the garage. I held up my hand, indicating thumbs up for the job well done. He nodded, paused, and studied me. I realized I could mention what I'd seen. Half joking, half nervous, I said I thought I'd caught sight of something odd in the garage doorway. Before I could finish, he looked relieved. He told me quietly that years ago a young boy had drowned in the tub just inside that same kitchen. The family had left soon after, but rumors persisted. Occasionally he'd hear a door slam when no one was around. He'd seen a pale figure in a suit walking through the rooms, always vanishing through the same door. He spoke in a steady voice, as though this happened every evening. I felt the blood drain from my face. He didn't ask me questions or urge me to speak. He just nodded, as though confirming something he already believed. I blinked and looked at the doorway behind him. The tile floor was spotless, and the refrigerator hummed softly. I thought again of the way the door had slammed shut on its own earlier when I paused on the ladder. My heart pounded, and I kept my eyes on the floor. The owner clapped his hands lightly, thanked us for the work, and said he'd call if he needed anything else. No big talk, no apology. My brother and I stepped back into the garage, closing the door behind us. The late sun was dipping behind the pines, throwing long shadows across the driveway. We loaded the van in silence. I couldn't tell him what the owner had said. It felt too strange, too real. Instead, I bounced the hammer on the seat, staring at the dashboard until I felt my pulse return to normal. On the drive home, I replayed every detail. The feel of the ladder rungs under my fingers, the cool metal of the hammer, the faint smell of damp wood and machine oil, the way the door had slammed, not thrown open, but closed hard enough to rattle the frame. The image in my mind was clearer than any dream. A small boy in a faded suit, pale as new plaster, stepping back into the shadows. I reached home as daylight faded. My wife was in the kitchen, humming as she made dinner. I dropped my tool bag by the door and leaned against the wall, watching her. The ordinary comfort of her voice, the soft light over the stove, the warmth in the room, it grounded me. I told her nothing about the garage. I couldn't find the words. Instead, I took a cold drink from the fridge, listened to the hum of the motor, and let the cabinets creak shut. That night I lay awake, pictures of the kitchen and the garage door framing flickering behind my closed eyelids. Every creak in the house sounded like a footstep. Every gust of wind rattled against the windows like soft knocks. I forced myself to breathe deeply, to imagine the smooth feel of my pillow, the steady weight of the blanket over my legs. After a long time, exhaustion pulled me under, and I fell into deep sleep. The next day I called the owner to send a photograph of the shelves. I told him I'd noticed a small scratch on the wall near the doorway and asked if he wanted it filled. He agreed, and I scheduled a return. All day, though, I thought of the boy. When I showed up the next morning, the owner met me at the door without a hint of embarrassment or apology. He led me silently to the scratch. I knelt and spread a bit of spackle with my putty knife, the smell of compound filling the air. He watched as I worked, then turned away without a word once I was done. Later, he offered me a soda from the fridge and asked me if I felt comfortable working there late into the week. I nodded and said I did. He said good, then paused, looked at me closely, and said quietly that sometimes the boy liked company. He said some nights the door wouldn't just slam. It would open too. I felt my skin tighten. I didn't respond. He smiled and left the room. The hum of the fridge and the distant tick of a clock were the only sounds. That afternoon, while measuring boards for a bench, I caught movement in the corner of my eye again. I turned quickly, but nothing was there. The open space beyond the doorway was empty. I felt a prickle on the back of my neck, the chill of someone watching. I resisted the urge to run. I placed my hand on the ruler, on the cool metal, and focused on the numbers stamped into it. I worked steadily, finishing the bench in a few hours. The afternoon sun fell straight through the garage windows, making the dust motes dance like tiny fireflies. When I climbed down, my boots kicked up a trail of sawdust. I shook out my shirt, wiped the sweat from my brow, and glanced toward the door to the kitchen. The once glossy tile looked dull in the half-light. I wondered if the boy might be standing just behind the door waiting. I didn't look long enough to find out. At quitting time, I packed my tools in the van and locked the garage. I walked to the house's front door and let myself out, marveling at how different the world looked outside. The pines whispered overhead, the wind felt warm. My brother waved from the driveway, and I waved back. He climbed into the passenger seat and asked how it went. I told him the work looked good, the owner seemed happy. He grinned and started the engine. On the drive back home, we talked about the next project and what supplies we needed. I kept my eyes on the road, occasional glances at the empty fields that rolled past. I felt the house slip behind us, gone from sight. I tried to push away the memory of that pale boy in the suit. The memory clung stubbornly to my mind. Years passed before I thought of that day again. I changed jobs, moved cities, but sometimes in a quiet moment I'd recall the smell of sawdust, the metallic taste of fear on my tongue, the slit of light through the doorway. Once I even looked up the house online, curious if anyone else had reported strange happenings. There were a couple of posts on a local bulletin board, brief notes about doors slamming when no breeze stirred, about the soft creak of unseen footsteps. The details matched exactly what I'd experienced. I never returned to that garage. I never mentioned it again to my brother or anyone else. But whenever I find myself in a quiet old house, I remember the solid feel of the ladder under my feet, the steady thump of my hammer, and the soft slam of that door. And I know that some moments stay with you forever, as real and heavy as any nail driven into wood. I remember the first day of our 3-month spelunking expedition like it was yesterday. The sun was already high in the sky when we set out from base camp, the group of us loaded with ropes, lights, food, and water for weeks underground. The expedition team was small, just 5 of us, but every one of us was skilled, sharp, and ready. Maps of these caves were sketchy at best. We'd been hired to collect data and map shadows and chambers that few had seen, let alone explored in full. Our plan was to tackle 13 caves, one after another, drilling deep into each system and marking every passage. One cave in particular had caught our attention, a system that local guides called the Whispering Depths. They said the name came from the way water dripped in hidden corners, echoing softly. They never went in past the first few chambers. We arrived at the mouth of the Whispering Depths on our 3rd week underground. The entrance was a low arch about 3 feet high. Moss and old roots clung to the stone. The air that blew out of it was cool and damp, smelling of limestone and earth, carrying hints of mineral and ancient water. We rigged our lights and cameras, set a rope line, and started in. The first few chambers were roomy, enough for us to stand upright and walk carefully over uneven stone. Every few meters, I'd drop a reflective marker, bright orange ribbons tied in knots. It was slow, deliberate work. We talked little. There was no conversation, only shuffling gear, the sound of water dripping, and the echo of our own breathing. In total silence, we moved deeper. By the time we reached the 12th chamber, it felt like we were 1,000 feet in. The walls pressed in close. The floor tilted down, carrying water in narrow streams toward some hidden source. The light bounced off slick stone, making everything look damp and alive. No wind, just the hiss of water over rock and the click of our boots. We set up a base just before a slender opening barely big enough for one person to wriggle through. The opening was maybe 8 inches wide and 15 inches tall. Beyond it, my headlamp caught the sparkle of running water. That was the source we'd come for, a spring that formed the currents feeding each chamber. There was no debate about who would go first. I was the smallest and the skinniest, but that didn't truly matter to me. I liked the close spaces. I felt calm in the dark earth. I squeezed my pack tighter, fixed my helmet light, and eased forward. At first, it was just a crawl. My hands pushed against cold stone, my knees and elbows grinding through sand and grit. I counted my finger holds. 1, 2, 3. I could feel every bump. My chest scraped the rock, my pack dragged behind me. The air smelled musty but clear. I kept moving. Then I came to a corner. One more turn, and the walls narrowed. I had to pull myself forward inch by inch, fingers in small cracks in the rock. My breathing slowed. Each inhale tasted of earth. My body was pressed tight, chest against stone, shoulders locked. I worked my arms like pistons, pulling forward until finally my head and shoulders popped through to a new chamber. I sat for a moment, head spinning. My light swept across a tall room, the ceiling lost in darkness. Running water gleamed ahead, carving a shallow stream in the limestone floor. I exhaled, relief rushing through me. I turned and looked back at the hole I'd come through. That's when I heard it, the sound of a heartbeat. Loud, thudding, echoing against walls I couldn't see. I froze. The echo settled into my chest, ringing louder. My own heart must have pounded against the stone cage behind me. I let out a quiet breath. I shivered. In the dim glow of my helmet lamp, I pinched the reflective ribbon tied where the hole began. My fingers brushed something smooth and hard beneath the marker. My light caught it. I froze. The lower half of a human jaw lay half buried where I'd tied the ribbon. Yellowed bone, jagged edges, 2 teeth missing. I could make out grooves where gums once clung. A small chip at the corner of a canine. It lay half in the cool stream, half on damp rock. My skin prickled. I knew that this opening was so narrow, like sticking a puck into your mouth. One side went in easily, but you couldn't pull it back the same way. Whoever, or whatever, had lost that jaw, it had been trapped. I swallowed hard. I reached down and gripped the jaw with one hand, the teeth edges pressing into my palm. My fingers trembled, but I held on. Then I heard the others calling behind me. I had tied our line for them to pull me back through. I couldn't stay here. I leaned forward, pushing the jaw in front of me, but my pack caught on the rock. I felt it snag. I hefted my shoulder, but my spine scraped against the opening. Pain shot down my back. My arms burned. I yanked hard. The jaw slipped from my fingers and clattered back against the stone wall. My chest cleared the hole for a second, then snagged again. I felt my shirt tear as bone-crunching pressure pressed my shoulders. Panic rose. I twisted my head and saw my flashlight beam dancing over the dislodged jaw. Then I realized I didn't need the jaw. I needed to get out. I forced my hands to steady. I shoved my arms forward, pulling, pushing, inch by inch. I dug my fingers into deeper cracks, isolating each hold. I shoved my hips up. A jolt of pain shot between my shoulder blades. Then I slipped free. I tumbled out onto the floor of the 12th chamber, breathless. My back burned where the rock had gouged me. I lay there a moment, listening to the water. The jaw lay motionless. I didn't move. I heard my teammates creeping closer, light beams bobbing against stone. One of them said my name, but I didn't answer. I waited until they were sure I was safe, up on their side of the wall. We packed up quickly. We couldn't map further without risking more. We'd come for the water source, and I'd seen it. It was enough. Behind me, I left the jaw's lonely grin. I tried not to think how long it had lain there, waiting. Back at camp, my back was dirt-streaked and bleeding. I cleaned the gashes with iodine and covered them. I kept the memory of that jaw echoing in my mind. In the days after, I caught myself scanning walls and corners, half expecting to see more bones. It haunted my dreams. I saw the color of the water, the way the light flickered on slick stone. I heard the echo of my blood-stuffed heartbeat. Weeks later, after we'd mapped 12 caves and recorded everything, I found myself alone in the equipment tent. I remembered the jaw and realized I'd forgotten to pick it up. I should have left it. Part of me thought it was someone's remains from decades ago, maybe foolish explorers who never escaped. Another part of me thought it was something worse, a warning, but I was young and reckless then. I found the small canvas bag I carried for mementos and slipped a protective cloth around the jaw. I packed it carefully, zipped the bag, and stowed it in my day pack. I carried that bag for weeks, into damp canyons, across rocky ridges, along muddy cavern floors. I kept it secret. I smiled whenever I thought how strange it would be to tell my hippie ex-girlfriend about it. When I finally left the caves, sun-baked and dirt-lined, I carried the jaw home. It sat on my desk for months beneath a glass dome. At night, I'd turn it slowly. I'd stare at the groove where a tooth had been knocked out, and I'd wonder about the last moments of its owner's life. Eventually, as summer turned to autumn, I boxed it up. My ex-girlfriend was studying art and said she wanted it to use in a sculpture. I gave it to her. She painted it blue and gold, set it on a metal stand. It never went away, though. I'd hear about it in her occasional letters, how she used it, where she displayed it, how people reacted. I never went back to see it. Years later, when I told the story at gatherings, people leaned forward. Some said they'd brave that crawl. Others said they'd never go underground again. But I know the truth. It wasn't bravery or fear. It was survival. It was a reminder that deep below the earth, in wet and narrow darkness, the bones of strangers lie waiting. And sometimes they reach out, a silent warning carved in yellowed bone. And if you hear your own heartbeat echoing, you do well to listen. That summer, I learned that the earth holds more than just water. It holds memories and warnings, and the silent ghosts of those who ventured too far. And sometimes, all it takes is a crack in the stone, and a lost jaw will speak enough to send you scrambling back to the light for the rest of your life. I never told many people about this, but after reading a lot of comments and discussions online, I feel like it's time I put it down in words. It's an experience that changed the way I see things, even though I still don't fully understand it. It's not the kind of story I like to share, but it's the only thing I can think of when people talk about strange things you see, but can't explain. I was 18 at the time, living in a city I had moved to about 6 months earlier. I was still pretty new to city life, coming from a small rural town where everyone knew everyone, and the nights were quiet except for the occasional owl or distant dog. Here, the city felt alive even at night, but it was also a bit lonely. I liked walking though. I found it calming, a way to think and clear my head. Walking anywhere was normal to me now, but I still didn't love walking alone late at night. This night was no different, but I was heading home from a party at a friend's place and decided to walk rather than catch a ride or cab. The night was early fall. The air was cool but not cold, and the darkness still thick, even though the sun was beginning to wake somewhere far out on the horizon. The walk started off normal. The streets were mostly empty. Only a few cars passed by now and then. The city seemed quieter than usual, maybe because it was after 4 a.m. I followed the sidewalk that ran alongside an old cemetery, one of those big, grand cemeteries with tall iron gates and rows of weathered tombstones. I actually liked that cemetery. It was old, peaceful, and somehow comforting rather than scary. The trees around it swayed softly in the breeze, their leaves rustling quietly like whispered voices. I had walked past this cemetery many times before, never feeling scared, just a calm respect. As I walked along, my shoes made a soft tapping sound against the concrete. The streetlights flickered above, casting pools of pale yellow light here and there, but most of the sidewalk was still swallowed in shadow. The cemetery wall was high, made of old stones, moss growing in the cracks, sturdy and unmoving. I liked that wall. It gave a sense of boundary and protection. About halfway along the wall, near the corner where the sidewalk ended and the street curved, I noticed something out of place. At first, I thought it might be a trick of the light or my tired eyes playing games. There was a figure just ahead, swaying gently. It looked like a person, but something about it didn't feel right. I slowed down a little, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The figure was standing at the very end of the sidewalk, right where the cemetery wall met the edge of a small patch of tangled bushes. I couldn't see much because it was so dark, but the figure seemed tall, taller than any person I'd seen around. It looked like it was wrapped in something white and loose, almost like a sheet or blanket draped over the body. It was standing very still, but swaying slightly back and forth. The movement was slow and unnatural, like it was balanced on something soft or springy. I tried to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe someone had set up a hammock hidden behind the bushes, and the person was standing on it. But why would anyone stand on a hammock? And why would they be covered head to toe with a sheet? It didn't make sense. As I got closer, my heart started beating faster. The figure's shape was strange, not quite human. It looked like it had a pointed hood or cone on its head, but not like anything I had ever seen before. The white material covering it was too smooth and bright against the dark background, almost glowing faintly in the streetlight's weak glow. Then something happened that I still can't explain. I felt like the figure was looking right at me. I don't mean just turning its head or glancing. I mean there was a connection, like eyes locked on mine. But the face was hidden behind the white material, so I couldn't see eyes clearly. Instead, there was this grayish smudge, like a blur where eyes should be. It was like I was staring through fogged glass or a dusty window. I could feel eyes watching me, but I couldn't see them properly. The feeling was intense and strange. It wasn't fear exactly. Not the kind of fear that makes you want to scream or run immediately. But it was chilling, like being caught looking at something you shouldn't see. I knew I was vulnerable. I was alone, a young woman walking late at night, and this tall, weird figure was standing right there on the edge of the sidewalk. I thought about turning around, but something held me in place. I tried not to stare directly, so I looked down at my phone and fumbled to unlock it. I wanted to call someone, anyone, just to hear a voice, to remind myself I wasn't alone. My sister's number was the easiest to find, and I dialed quickly. She answered groggily, and I murmured softly, trying to sound calm as I crossed the street to put some distance between myself and the figure. I explained in quick, half-whispered words what I was seeing. She didn't seem to understand fully. She was too tired, I think, or maybe didn't believe me, but she kept the phone on the line. I didn't want to hang up, even though I wasn't saying much. I just wanted the comfort of hearing a familiar voice. As I crossed the street, I glanced back. The figure was still there, swaying, still watching me. The sense of being observed didn't leave. I felt exposed, like I was prey being studied by something that didn't quite belong in the world I knew. I kept walking, feeling my breath shallow and fast. I didn't want to stare, but I couldn't help sneaking peeks. The figure didn't move closer or away. It didn't speak or make a sound. It just hung there, like it was waiting for something. Then, just as I was almost to the next street, the one where my friend's house was, the figure vanished. It disappeared like it was never there. I looked carefully where it had stood. There was no hammock, no sheet, no person. The wall was tall and solid, taller than the figure had appeared. There was only a narrow gap where a few tangled bushes grew, and behind them a small house with its lights off. There was no place for the figure to have gone, no shadow to slip into, no hidden doorway or passage. It was just gone. My sister asked if I was okay a couple of times over the phone. I told her the figure had disappeared, and that I was fine. My voice shook more than I wanted to admit, but I wanted to sound brave. I didn't want her to worry. By the time I got to my friend's house, I was pale and exhausted. I didn't say much. I just went straight to bed. I didn't sleep well, though. My mind kept going back to that figure, the way it looked, the way it watched me. The next morning, the city was bright and warm with early fall sunshine. I told my friend about it briefly, but she shrugged it off, said I must have been tired or imagined it. I couldn't argue. I wasn't sure what to say. The whole thing didn't make sense. I walked back past the cemetery later that day, hoping to find some clue, some sign of what I had seen. There was nothing. No footprints, no blanket, no hammock, nothing. It was as if the figure had only existed in that small slice of time just before dawn, disappearing with the first light of day. I never saw anything like it again. I never found out what it was or why it was there. I never posted the story online or told more than a couple of close friends. But that night changed something in me. It made me realize there might be things in this world we don't understand, things that exist alongside our normal lives, but remain hidden, only visible in moments when everything else feels quiet and fragile. I don't believe in ghosts or monsters. I don't think it was a spirit or something from a storybook. But I do believe I saw something not quite human, not quite part of the city or the cemetery or the world I knew. And that's enough to make me think there's more out there than we can explain. I lived in an old convent that had been converted into dorm-style apartments for medical students and residents. The building itself was huge, made of thick stone walls, and had this heavy, almost suffocating quietness that settled over everything inside. It used to be run by nuns, strict, quiet women who worked at the hospital nearby. When the hospital was bought out, the nuns were forced to leave. No one really knew what happened to most of them after that. The convent was then remodeled, but only just enough to turn it into housing. The original architecture and many of the old fixtures stayed intact, like the wooden beams in the ceilings, the long narrow hallways with cracked plaster, and the big old windows with thick curtains that barely let in any light. Everything felt a bit frozen in time. The rooms were small and dorm-like. The halls were long and often echoed with every footstep. The lighting was harsh fluorescent tubes that flickered sometimes. There were these old, heavy doors with those old-fashioned tumbler locks that clicked solidly when you locked or unlocked them. Because the place had been a convent, there was a strange stillness, a sense that something was watching, even though no one said it out loud. I was there with a couple of friends, mostly med students like me. And one thing we all noticed was how strange some things got in that building. There were plenty of little weird moments, lights flickering without reason, electronics turning on by themselves, doors locking and unlocking on their own. But none of it ever seemed outright dangerous. It was more annoying or unsettling than anything else. One afternoon, me and Mark were in the conference room on the second floor, trying to cram for an upcoming exam. The room was basic. Long table, old chairs that squeaked when you moved, a whiteboard on one wall, and a small window that looked out onto the parking lot. The sun was out, but the light coming through the window was dull, muted by the grime on the glass and the thick curtains that hung unevenly. While we were studying, John, another friend of ours, came in looking a little frustrated. He told us he'd locked himself out of his room. John's room was down the hall, on the third floor. The doors had those tumbler locks I mentioned. Nothing fancy, but they could be tricky if you didn't know what you were doing. John knew Mark could pick these simple locks because Mark had done it a few times before. So John asked Mark if he could unlock it for him. Mark agreed, and we all got up to follow John to his room. The hallway on the third floor was narrow, with old peeling wallpaper and a thick carpet that muffled our footsteps. The air smelled faintly of damp wood and something faintly metallic, like rust. We reached John's door. Mark pulled out a small toolkit he carried and got to work. After a couple of minutes of fiddling, the lock clicked open. John pushed the door and walked inside, relieved. We headed back down to the conference room to continue studying. About 20 minutes later, John came back again. Same problem, locked out. He said he was sure he'd left the door unlocked this time. But when he came back from stepping outside for a cigarette, the door was locked again. Mark picked the lock again, shaking his head but smiling at John's expense. We all shrugged it off as John being forgetful, or maybe the door having a faulty latch. Then, another half hour passed, and John came back once more. The exact same thing had happened. Locked out again. This time, we decided to go with him to his room. Mark unlocked the door, and we all stepped inside. The room was small and plain, just a bed pushed against one wall, a desk covered with textbooks and notes, a tiny dresser, and a window with heavy curtains drawn. The floor creaked slightly underfoot. We stood there, talking quietly about how strange it was that the door kept locking itself. That's when we heard it, a faint click, like the sound of a lock snapping shut. We looked at the door just in time to see the dial on the lock turn slowly, and then snap into the locked position with a loud, solid click. The kind of click you hear when a door locks itself tight. We all froze for a second, eyes wide. None of us moved. The room was suddenly too quiet, the kind of silence that feels thick and heavy. No one said anything. The door stood there locked, and we knew none of us had touched it. Without a word, we all turned and left the room immediately. The moment we stepped into the hallway, the air felt lighter, like a pressure had been lifted. None of us laughed or joked on the way back. Something about that was just off, unsettling in a way that didn't go away. Later, we joked quietly among ourselves that it must have been Sister Mary, a name we gave the unseen presence in the building. We never saw anything that looked like a ghost or anything supernatural, but it felt like something, or someone was still there, messing with the place, quietly making its presence known. John definitely moved rooms soon after that night. Other strange things happened, too, over the months. Electronics would switch on by themselves. I remember sitting in my room late one night, playing video games with a friend on the phone, when I casually said, "Well, we haven't heard from Sister Mary in a while." The words barely left my mouth before my closed laptop, sitting on the desk across the room, beeped loudly. It powered on by itself and started playing Pandora, loud enough to make us both jump. We just sat there staring, frozen, trying to process what just happened. 30 seconds later, it beeped again and shut off. We laughed nervously, trying to convince ourselves it was just a glitch or a weird coincidence. But the timing was too perfect to ignore. We went back to our game, but the room never quite felt the same. Sometimes, the lights would flip themselves on and off, or light switches would move up and down on their own. Doors in the hallways would creak open slowly with no breeze or sound to explain them. The old building groaned and whispered with its own life, making the silence feel alive. I never felt truly afraid, but there was an underlying unease that settled deep in my chest. It was like living somewhere that remembered the people who had been there before and wasn't quite ready to let go. The locking door was the most unsettling, though. It wasn't a random flicker or a harmless flick. That door locking itself was purposeful, deliberate. like someone inside was making sure we noticed it. We never found any logical explanation for it. No faulty latch, no stuck mechanism, no prank from anyone. And after that, we always made sure to keep an eye on that door when John was around. Eventually, John moved out of that room and found a place off campus. We all tried to brush off the incidents as quirks of living in an old building. Still, the memory stuck with me. The quiet pressure in the air, the sound of the lock clicking shut on its own, the cold shiver that ran down my spine as we stepped out of that room. Those moments lingered. The convent was old, tired, and full of strange little noises and unexplained moments. But it wasn't a place of horror or evil, just a building holding on to its history in its own quiet, stubborn way. We never had anything truly dangerous happen, just small things that made you wonder if maybe some parts of a place never fully leave, no matter how much you change the walls around them. When I finally moved out, I left behind the dorm, the old convent, and the locked doors. But the feeling of that afternoon, standing in a quiet room, hearing the lock snap shut by itself, stayed with me long after. It reminded me that some places hold onto their past quietly, with no need for screams or shadows, just simple, unmistakable signs that someone or something is still there. A few years ago, I was married, and we lived in a modest neighborhood with houses close enough that you could easily see your neighbors from your porch. Our front door faced directly across the street to the house of a man who, at first glance, seemed harmless enough. He was skinny, had a thin mustache, more like a porn stash if you know what I mean, and always wore these thick, round glasses that magnified his eyes in a way that made him look a little odd. His house was right across from ours, and our garages were set at a 90-degree angle to our front doors, both facing the road. My wife used to spend a lot of time sitting on our front steps, smoking cigarettes, and playing her Game Boy. She liked the quiet time, the way the afternoon light fell across the street, and how you could watch the world without really being seen. One afternoon, she was out there, cigarette in one hand, Game Boy in the other, completely absorbed in her game. I was inside, doing some work, when she suddenly jumped up and ran inside, looking scared out of her mind. I asked what was wrong, but she just pointed through the window toward the neighbor's driveway, eyes wide and frantic. I looked and saw a concrete block lying there, the kind with 2 big holes through it, probably 8 or 10 inches wide, maybe a foot and a half long. She told me that the neighbor had been lying in his garage with his head behind that block, watching her through the holes. I didn't believe it at first. My wife sometimes gets jumpy or overreacts, and I thought maybe she had just imagined it. But the way she described the block, how the holes lined up perfectly so he could peek through, gave me pause. Days later, I looked outside from behind the blinds. My wife was sitting on the steps again, smoking, calm and relaxed this time. I glanced over to the concrete block in the neighbor's driveway, expecting to see nothing, and smiled to myself. Then my eyes caught a faint glint from the neighbor's bedroom window above. I squinted, focusing on the light, and thought I might have seen something that looked like a camera lens reflecting the sunlight. I wasn't sure, but it felt wrong. I told my wife it was time to come inside, making some excuse, though I was feeling uneasy. I didn't really know what to make of it. Was the guy spying on us? Was he recording us? It seemed creepy, but without proof, it was just suspicion. So I planted hedges between our houses. Thick, tall bushes that would block his line of sight from the windows and door. It took a few weeks for the hedges to grow enough to give us some privacy, but once they did, we felt safer. My wife was relieved to be able to sit on the front steps again, without worrying about being watched. One Saturday, my nephew and nieces came over, full of energy and ready to play. They decided to play hide and seek, and I was roped into hiding. I'm not exactly a small guy, so I doubted they would expect me to climb a tree. But I did, hauling myself up into the thick branches in the backyard. From up there, I could see over the top of the hedges. That's when I saw him, the neighbor, standing right outside, in plain view, jerking off. I froze. I watched for a moment to make sure I wasn't mistaken. He was standing just there, not hiding at all, stroking himself in broad daylight, right in front of my house where my wife and niece were sitting on the porch, playing their game cubes. I climbed down the tree quietly and crept along the edge of the hedge. I could hear the faint, wet sounds, the unmistakable noise of someone masturbating. My heart was pounding, not from fear but anger and disgust. I looked back at my wife and niece, who were oblivious to what was happening just feet away. I moved to the other end of the hedge, and just as I was about to confront the man, I heard the neighbor's front door close behind him. He was gone. I went inside and told my wife what I'd seen. She was horrified, as was my niece, who went inside immediately, upset and scared. I wanted to deal with the man right then and there, to give him a piece of my mind, or worse. But my wife stopped me. She wanted us to think this through, to not do anything rash without proof. A few months went by. We tried to ignore the neighbor, but the feeling that we were being watched never fully left. One night, we were playing Monopoly in the living room with my sister. Everyone was a little tipsy, laughing, relaxed. My sister wanted to take some pictures to capture the moment. She grabbed her phone and sat between my wife and me on the couch. She snapped a few selfies, laughing as she did. Suddenly, the satellite TV went out. There was a loud crash outside, something tumbling over the patio furniture. I jumped up and turned on the outside light. 2 patio chairs were knocked over, and one of them had snagged the satellite cable, pulling it loose and breaking the connection. As I stood there, trying to figure out what had happened, I saw fingerprints on the glass of the sliding door, smudges right where we'd been sitting just moments before. My heart sank. I grabbed my sister's phone and looked through the photos she'd taken. The first picture showed the bridge of a nose, thick glasses, and 2 wide, startled brown eyes staring directly at the camera. It was him, the neighbor. Somehow, he had been right there behind us, watching and taking pictures. I was furious. My wife was scared out of her mind. Again, she told me to hold back, to not do anything I'd regret. The next day, I went over to his house with the photo in hand. I told him he had 2 weeks to move, or there would be serious consequences. I punched a hole in his front door to make sure he understood I was serious. He didn't say a word. It took him about a month, but eventually he moved out. Once he was gone, the neighborhood felt safer. We never found out exactly what his deal was, why he was so obsessed with watching us, but it didn't matter anymore. The hedges remained, thick and tall, blocking the view between our homes. My wife and I could finally relax on the front steps without fear. It's strange how something that seems so small, a man lying behind a concrete block, watching through holes, can unravel your sense of safety in your own home. Even now, when I think back, I still get that cold feeling, that awareness that sometimes the people right across the street aren't who they seem to be. And sometimes they're watching you. I stumbled out of my friend's house later than I wanted, my head swimming from the drinks I'd swallowed earlier in the evening. The night had crept in quickly, wrapping everything in a cold, damp blanket of drizzle and thick shadows. I decided to take the shortcut through the forest to get home faster. It seemed like a good idea at the time, a familiar path, just a bit quicker. But that night, the forest didn't feel familiar at all. The trees loomed like silent watchers, their dark trunks barely visible in the low light. It was fall, the air was sharp and cold, and the rain was light but constant. Drops fell in soft plinks from the pine needles, creating a quiet, steady rhythm that filled the forest, drowning out other sounds. My shoes made soft, squelching noises on the wet, pine needle-covered ground as I pushed forward, the dampness soaking through my jeans and chilling my skin. At first, I thought I was on the right track, but the path soon disappeared into a tangle of undergrowth. I paused, trying to listen. The rain masked everything. No rustling of small animals, no crackling of twigs beneath deer hooves, just the steady drip of water from the trees. The forest around me felt endless, a sea of black and dark green. Every shadow seemed to twist and shift just out of the corner of my eye. I wasn't sure where the path had gone, and the faint glow of distant streetlights was nowhere to be seen. I kept moving, telling myself it was fine. I had a phone, but the battery was nearly dead, and there was no signal here. I didn't want to admit I was lost. My breath came in short gasps, both from the cold and the sudden rise of panic. The trees felt like they were closing in, blocking every direction with their thick trunks and low branches. Then I noticed something ahead. At first, it was just a vague blur, but as I focused, I could see it move. Something large was shifting between the trees. It was darker than the night itself, a long, low shape that didn't belong here. Its outline stretched unnaturally between the trees, longer than any animal I knew of in these parts. The rain made it hard to tell how many legs it had, but whatever it was moving deliberately, slowly coming closer. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. I couldn't hear it over the rain, but I could see it advancing. The spaces where I'd glimpsed the clearing behind it were now swallowed up by this solid, looming mass. It was creeping closer, as if the trees themselves were shifting to hide it from view. I couldn't stay still. I screamed a raw, panicked sound that tore out of me, and turned to run. My feet pounded against the muddy ground. My hands swept branches aside as I pushed forward blindly. I wasn't thinking. I just wanted to get away. Then, without warning, I tripped. I fell forward hard, chest first into something wet and cold. The smell hit me instantly, something rotten and foul, sharp and sour. I scrambled, one hand landing in a thick, warm, sticky mess that soaked into my gloves. I pulled it back, trembling, and saw it was bloodied and slick with slime. My other hand clawed at the earth and wet pine needles. I realized with a sick twist in my stomach that I'd fallen into something like a pile of half-digested animal remains. My clothes were soaked in the warm liquid. Panic slammed into me harder than the fall as I scrambled upright, nearly losing my balance. The forest around me was still dripping rain, but now I could hear something else. The crunch of dead branches breaking, the rustle of underbrush being pushed aside. The shape was coming after me. I didn't want to look back, but I could hear it, something big, heavy, and fast, crashing through the undergrowth. Its footsteps were uneven, like a dozen legs moving in unison, but too big to be any animal I'd ever heard of. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. I knew I had to get out. The smell, the wet blood on my clothes, the crushing fear. It was enough to make my legs move without hesitation. I ran blindly, the branches whipping against my face and arms, my clothes snagging on every low branch and snaggy bush. I could feel the presence behind me, chasing me relentlessly. The forest was a blur of dark trunks and dripping leaves, my breath ragged and loud in my ears. Every step felt like it could be my last. Somehow, I made it to the edge of the forest. The muddy ground gave way to a ditch, and beyond that, a paved road glistened wet and empty in the night. I scrambled out of the ditch and onto the road, gasping for air, my heart pounding so loud I thought it might burst. Behind me, the shape stopped at the tree line. I dared to look once. The creature, or whatever it was, stood like a black shadow among the trees. I could see its long, stretched-out body, too wide and long to be any animal I knew. I counted at least a dozen legs moving as one, prowling along the forest edge. It didn't come any closer, just stayed there, watching. I didn't wait. I ran along the road, faster than I ever had in my life. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I didn't stop until the glow of streetlights in my neighborhood was ahead. When I finally slowed down, the reality hit me. I was soaked in blood and slime, clothes sticking to my skin, cold and shivering. Once inside my warm apartment, I stripped off my jacket and shirt. The mess on my clothes was thick and wet, sticky with a foul smell I couldn't forget. I scrubbed at my hands, still trembling, trying to wash away the night's nightmare. It took me a long time before I could think straight again. The next day, in the daylight and after sobering up, I started piecing together what had happened. The forest behind my friend's house bordered some farmland I hadn't noticed before. There were cattle pastures nearby, some not fenced off properly. I remembered the heavy smell, the warmth, the thick slime beneath me. It dawned on me, I hadn't been chased by some creature from a nightmare. I had stumbled into a cow pasture in the middle of the night. The black shape that followed me wasn't some strange beast. It was a cow, or probably more than one, loose from the nearby pasture. I had startled a mother cow who'd just given birth, her calf probably only minutes old. That's why the ground was covered in blood and afterbirth, still warm and sticky. The long, many-legged shadow? That was just the cow's massive body moving through the trees, its legs thick and numerous when blurred in the dark and rain. The cow was probably coming after me because I had accidentally snuck up on it, threatening its newborn calf. The panic I felt made everything feel monstrous and impossible, but it was just nature, raw and unforgiving in the dark. The forest didn't hide monsters, only animals, and sometimes a drunk person who didn't know better. After that night, I never took shortcuts through the forest in the dark again. The memory of the slick blood on my clothes and the heavy, shuffling steps behind me stayed with me for a long time. It was a night where my fears made the ordinary seem terrifying, and the forest that had seemed so full of life was just a place where animals lived, and I was an unwelcome guest. I learned something important that night, not to trust my instincts when they're clouded by fear and alcohol, and to respect the wild, no matter how familiar it seems. That forest wasn't haunted or cursed, it was just real, and sometimes reality is scarier than any ghost story. About 2 weeks ago, I decided to go for a hike on a trail I've been on a few times before. It's one of those places where people expect to see other hikers or mountain bikers now and then, so you never really feel totally alone out there. The trail winds up through a forested hillside, with patches of sunlight breaking through the trees and patches of damp earth, especially this time of year. The weather was perfect, clear skies, a light breeze, and just the right temperature to keep you comfortable while moving, but cool enough that you don't overheat. I started off early, wanting to make the most of the day. My backpack was light, a bottle of water, some snacks, and my phone tucked away. Nothing fancy, just enough to enjoy the hike without getting weighed down. The trail was familiar, lined with fir trees and scattered rocks. Birds chirped now and then, and I caught the faint smell of pine needles and damp soil as I moved upward. As I made my way along the narrow path, I noticed someone up ahead. At first, I thought it was a mountain biker because of the helmet and the sporty clothes, but as I got closer, I realized it was a girl walking. Something about her looked a bit off for this trail. She wasn't dressed wrong exactly, but it wasn't what I'd expect for a serious hike. No hiking boots or technical gear. She wore casual sneakers and leggings, with a loose sweatshirt tied around her waist. Her hair was pulled back, but a few strands had escaped and framed her face. She wasn't carrying a backpack or anything like that. I closed the distance until I was about 10 to 15 feet behind her, and I called out to her, partly to let her know I was there, so I wouldn't startle her, and partly because she was kind of cute, and I felt like starting a conversation. "Hey, how's it going?" I said, trying to sound casual. She glanced back over her shoulder, her eyes meeting mine with a soft smile. "Not too bad," she said. "How about yourself?" I caught up to her and matched her pace. "Not bad. Great weather for hiking, huh?" She giggled, this light, almost musical laugh that made me feel a little more at ease. As we walked, she kept smiling and laughing at little things I said. I noticed she had a bright, almost childish energy, like she was really enjoying the moment, maybe even more than me. We talked about the usual stuff, where we were from, how often we hiked, favorite spots nearby. She said her name was Lily, but I didn't catch her last name. She moved like she was completely comfortable on the trail, though the way she stepped through the dirt and around the roots seemed almost effortless, like she belonged in the woods even if her clothes suggested otherwise. After about 10 minutes, she suddenly stopped and turned toward me with a mischievous grin. "Hey, you want to see a meadow I found a while back? It's a bit off the beaten path, but it's really pretty." Normally, this would have set off alarms in my head. Who just invites a stranger off the trail to some unknown place? It didn't make sense, but I was caught off guard by how genuine she seemed, and honestly, she was the kind of girl I'd imagined dating in my head more times than I could count, short, petite, with this playful spirit and bright eyes. Plus, she wasn't intimidating or threatening in the slightest. I figured we had plenty of daylight left to find it and get back safely. "Yeah, sure," I said, nodding. "We've got plenty of daylight to get back. Let's go." She threw her hands up excitedly and let out a joyful, "Hoo, let's go." Then, grabbing my hand, she pulled me off the trail and into the woods. At first, I stumbled through the underbrush, tripping over roots and stepping on loose leaves, but Lily was like a deer. She danced between the trees, slipping behind trunks, and then peeking out from the other side with a laugh, almost like we were kids playing hide and seek. I couldn't help but laugh along with her, even as I struggled to keep up. We'd been walking for about 20 minutes when the forest started to thin. Through the gaps between the trees, I could see sunlight spilling onto an open field about 20 yards away. I felt a rush of relief. Finally, some space and an easier path. I quickened my pace to catch up to her. I was only about 6 feet behind when she stopped again. "Come on, just past this tree," she said, stepping behind a large pine like she had done a few times during the walk. Feeling playful, I ran up and said, "Let's see if we pick the same side to jump out. Ready? Go." But when I looked to jump out from behind the tree, she was gone. Completely gone. There was nowhere for her to go. On one side was the empty field, open and exposed. On the other, the forest thickened, but she had been right in front of me moments ago, and there was no sign of her anywhere. No rustling, no footsteps. Nothing. A sudden cold spike hit me, colder and sharper than I'd ever felt before. My heart hammered in my chest, my skin prickled, and sweat broke out across my forehead even though the air was cool. I was frozen in place, panic clawing at my throat. Then, from somewhere behind me came a faint, familiar sound, a light giggle like hers. It echoed off the trees, soft and teasing. Without thinking, I spun around and ran. I ran harder than I ever had before, every muscle screaming, lungs burning. The woods were a blur of green and brown, the ground uneven beneath my feet. Somehow, I found the trail again, but even then I didn't stop. I ran downhill, desperate to put as much distance between me and that spot as possible. My vision started to blur, black spots dancing in the edges as my body cried out for air. But I kept going, refusing to slow. Only when I reached the parking lot, where other hikers were finishing their trips, did I finally stop, gasping for breath. The experience stayed with me for days after. I told 4 people about it, 2 close friends, my sister and a coworker. Only one seemed to believe me, but even then, it was with an understanding. Yeah, man, I get it. Let's just move on. I kept replaying the whole thing in my mind, trying to understand how someone could vanish like that, especially after grabbing my hand and leading me through the woods with such carefree energy. The whole thing felt like a dream I couldn't wake up from. I never went back to that part of the trail again. The thing is, the forest was real, the trail was real, and I know what I saw. That girl wasn't a figment of my imagination, at least not entirely. Something about the way she moved was too natural, too alive. But when I reached out for her, she disappeared, like she'd never been there. It took me a while to piece together what could have happened. The trail isn't exactly a ghost town. Plenty of hikers come and go every day. But the part she led me to was off the map, off the trail, a place I never heard about before or since. When I think about it now, it hits me that maybe she wasn't leading me to a meadow at all. Maybe it was a trick. Maybe she wanted to get me off the safe trail and into the woods alone for some reason. But for what? I never saw anyone suspicious around there before or after. No sign of struggle, no traces of someone hiding. Just that empty field and the thick woods around it. A few days after the hike, I checked the area again, this time with more people, a couple of friends who wanted to see what had unsettled me. We hiked the same way, but there was no meadow, no clearing like I'd thought I'd seen, just thick trees and uneven ground. That's when it hit me. Maybe the clearing wasn't a meadow at all. Maybe it was just a patch of light filtering through the trees, or a trick of perspective. But how had she disappeared so completely behind that tree, with no way out? Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still hear that giggle, faint but clear. It's not frightening anymore, just strange, like a memory that doesn't quite belong. I don't know what to make of it. Maybe she was a hiker who knew the woods better than I did, and slipped away when she wanted to. Maybe she was lost and needed help, and then changed her mind. Or maybe it was something else entirely, something I can't explain. What I do know is I won't be following strangers off the trail anymore. And I won't forget that day, that girl, or how quickly everything changed with just a single step into the woods. A couple years ago, when I was still in high school, a friend and I agreed to help out at this 2-day fair a few towns over from where we lived. His dad ran a side business selling cinnamon roasted nuts, almonds, cashews, pecans, that sort of thing, and needed an extra pair of hands to keep the booth running. It was easy work, really. You just had to scoop the nuts into little paper bags, make change, and smile at people. The smell alone drew folks in like moths to a flame. You didn't have to be a salesman. People followed the scent right up to the table. The town the fair was in was one of those small Midwestern places, real cozy during the day. You know the kind. Courthouse in the center, faded banners hanging across Main Street advertising upcoming events like a chili cook-off or a high school musical. The people were friendly, not too curious about outsiders but still polite. Old brick buildings, family-owned hardware stores, and small coffee shops with hand-painted signs. It was the sort of place that seemed charming in the sunlight, a little worn down but warm, almost nostalgic. But once the sun went down, the mood changed. Not in a supernatural way or anything like that. It was more subtle. The streets emptied out fast. The shops all closed around 6, and the few restaurants that stayed open didn't look too inviting after dark. The lights seemed dimmer. There were long stretches of silence, and you could hear your own footsteps echoing off the old buildings. The town was surrounded by woods and highways, and once you got past the town limits, there was a weird tangle of back roads, old county roads that connected to highways that curved back on themselves, and random gravel paths that didn't seem to lead anywhere. If you weren't local, it got confusing fast. GPS worked, but it was shaky. Signal came and went, and sometimes your location would just spin in circles. Anyway, the first day of the fair went fine. Hot, long, but nothing unusual. We set up early and worked through the afternoon. Sold a lot, talked to people, drank too much lemonade. We were sweating like crazy under the tent, but we were making decent cash. After we packed up for the night, we didn't feel like heading back to the hotel right away. We were both hungry, and fair food only goes so far. We wanted something greasy, something with a fountain drink the size of a bucket. That's when we remembered seeing a Sonic when we were driving in that morning. It hadn't seemed that far out, just a few minutes down the main road we came in on. But when we tried to find it, we couldn't. We must have turned wrong, because before long we were looping around the outskirts of town, driving past closed gas stations and flickering street lamps. You know when you keep trying different turns thinking you'll recognize something, and before you know it you're in some area you've never seen before? That's what happened. We passed the same pair of mini-marts twice, both of them shut for the night, their parking lots empty except for a few tired-looking pickup trucks. The third time we went by, we were embarrassed. We were debating whether we should just suck it up and go inside and ask directions, but honestly, neither of us wanted to deal with the awkwardness. We were teenagers. Dumb pride. That's when we saw it. Off to the right, a little ways back from the road, stood one of those blue highway service signs, the kind that tell you which fast food joints are at the next exit. Except this one was weird. For one thing, it wasn't reflective, and it didn't catch the light from our headlights like the real ones do. And the edges were all torn up, like someone had cut it out with a dull saw, or maybe tore it by hand. It was crooked on its stake, kind of leaning back, and the logo on it, clear as day, was the Sonic Drive-In logo. But no words. Just the logo, and a white arrow pointing straight ahead, up this narrow road that cut through a patch of woods. It didn't even occur to us to question it at the time. Looking back, that's the part that gets me. There were so many red flags. The fact that a legitimate business sign was bolted to a wooden stake like a yard sale notice. The way the arrow pointed toward a two-lane road that immediately curved into thick, unlit trees. The silence. But we were tired, we were hungry, and we were stupid. So we followed it. At first, it felt like a shortcut. The pavement wasn't in bad shape, just narrow. No potholes or anything. Just clean, smooth road, snaking into the woods. The trees grew in close, real close, so even though it wasn't that late, maybe 9 o'clock or 9:30, it felt darker. Our headlights only reached so far, and the trees cast thick shadows that moved in weird ways when the car turned. We kept driving, waiting for a parking lot to appear, some neon lights, maybe a few lit-up menu boards with speakers. After about 5 minutes, I started to realize how quiet it was. We hadn't passed any other cars. No street signs, no mailboxes, no animals crossing the road. I didn't see any deer, which is rare for that part of the country. I didn't even see any birds flitting across the beams. Just trees and blackness between them. To break the tension, we started joking around. Dumb stuff. I remember I said something about dueling banjos, and my friend made a joke about how if we saw anyone standing still on the side of the road, we were doing a 180 and flooring it. He even mimed shifting gears and peeling out. We laughed, but it was nervous laughter. We were trying not to admit we were getting a little creeped out. 10, maybe 15 minutes in, the road stopped making sense. It forked once, then again, and we were just guessing which way to go. The trees looked older here, thicker trunks, overgrown branches that almost touched over the road. It was the kind of dark that made it hard to focus. I couldn't tell if the car's headlights were dimming or if the night was just that dense. I remember checking the time and thinking it felt later than it was. Then we hit the dead turn. It wasn't a cul-de-sac or anything marked, just a hard right curve that ended in a wide dirt clearing. We figured maybe this was the back way into the Sonic. Maybe it looped around to a parking lot. But what we found was nothing like that. We'd pulled into what looked like an unmarked trailer grove, not a proper trailer park. There weren't any fences or office buildings or numbered lots. It was a wide circle of dirt and gravel, surrounded by maybe 10 or 12 old trailers. Some had cinder blocks propping them up, others were sunken into the mud. No lights on, no music, no cars parked out front. We sat there for a second, unsure what we were looking at. Then all at once the trailers lit up. Every single one. Not staggered. Not like people flipping switches in sequence. It was almost instantaneous. The windows glowed from the inside, soft yellow at first, then brighter, like the bulbs were old and warming up. You could see movement inside. Shadows. People looking out. I didn't move. My friend didn't say anything. We both just sat there, eyes wide, frozen. There was something deeply wrong about it. Like we had triggered something. In one of the trailers, closest to us, just off the driver's side, I saw a man in the window. He was tall, or maybe just close enough to the glass that he looked big. He had something in his hand. I didn't want to believe it at first, but I couldn't convince myself otherwise. It looked like a shotgun. Just the outline, but clear enough. He didn't raise it. He didn't point it. He just stood there, still, holding it by his side, watching us. I didn't wait to see what happened next. I grabbed the shifter and threw the car into reverse. Gravel popped and spat under the tires as we backed out. I almost hit a tree on the edge of the turn, but I got the wheel around and we tore back down the road the way we came. I didn't slow down. I didn't check for turns or branches or dips in the road. We just flew through that forest road like we were being chased. I kept expecting headlights in the rear view or for something to dart out from the trees, but nothing followed us. We hit the edge of the woods fast, faster than I thought possible, and suddenly we were back at that weird sign again. We blew past it, and a few minutes later, we were back at the gas stations. My hands were shaking. I pulled over and just sat there, breathing hard. My friend was staring out the window, silent. We didn't talk much the rest of the night. Went to the hotel, ate vending machine snacks. Didn't mention it again until the next day. We never told his dad. Never told anyone until years later, and even then, we left parts of it out. I've thought about it a lot since then. What kind of place has a fake highway sign leading to it? Who would go through the trouble of planting something like that by the side of the road? And why was it pointing to what looked like a hidden trailer camp buried deep in the woods? I don't know what we saw. Maybe it was some off-grid community. Maybe they were just paranoid people who didn't want visitors. Maybe that guy didn't have a gun, and my brain was just freaking out. But I can't stop thinking about how fast those lights came on, how synchronized it all felt. It didn't feel like a coincidence. I'm not saying something terrible would have happened if we got out of the car. Maybe we just stumbled onto someone's private land, and they were ready to defend it. Maybe the fake sign was a prank. But my gut tells me we weren't supposed to be there. That sign wasn't there to guide us. It was there to lure us. And the way those people lit up those trailers the second we pulled in, that wasn't normal. I don't know where that road really goes, and I'll never look for it again. We never found the Sonic. Never saw that fake sign again when we left town the next day. And I'm fine with that. There are some places you don't go back to. Some roads you don't take twice. I remember that summer night in vivid detail, even now, years later. The bicycle tires were long since replaced by the steady hum of the car's engine as we drove down a narrow country road, the moon riding high overhead. The air was warm and thick, the kind of night when the scent of wildflowers and damp earth lingers even after the sun has set. My girlfriend sat in the passenger seat, her sister in the back. We were on a whim, chasing nowhere in particular, just enjoying the freedom of a late-night drive. The road wound past fields of corn and stands of pine, their silhouettes stretching along the horizon. In the dim glow of the dashboard lights, I caught the way her sister's hair fell across her face as she craned her neck toward the window, her eyes curious. The radio was off. We preferred the soft rhythm of tires on asphalt and the occasional rustle of wind through the open window. Then, without warning, the road opened into a clearing. A small lake lay before us, its surface smooth as glass under the moonlight, reflecting a silver beam that split the water in two. We slowed the car and pulled over onto the shoulder, the gravel crunching under the tires. I cut the engine, and everything fell silent, but for the chirp of crickets and the soft lap of water against the shore. We climbed out and wandered toward the edge of the lake. The sand was cool beneath our bare feet, the blades of grass trembling with dew. I stood a few paces back, leaning against the roof of the car, and watched as the two of them stepped closer to the water. Moonlight danced on ripples, and I reached down to scoop up a handful of water, watching the droplets slip through my fingers. It was then that my girlfriend raised her arm and pointed out to the middle of the lake. A thin veil of mist hovered above the water, a small, pale patch that seemed almost to float. At first, I thought it was steam rising from the water, perhaps an effect of the cool night air touching a warmer lake. But as I blinked and looked again, I noticed its edges were shifting slightly, a barely perceptible movement that made my skin prickle. Her sister leaned forward, her gaze locked on it. I straightened and joined them, squinting to make sure it wasn't a trick of the light. The mist hung in the center, almost motionless. Moments passed. Then I realized it was growing. Slowly at first, as if it were stretching, and then imperceptibly faster. It expanded outward, its pale edge creeping across the moonlit surface. I watched, mesmerized, feeling a dull thrum of unease coil in my chest. The two of them murmured beside me, their voices low and curious, but over my shoulder I could see how the patch of fog was no longer small. It was wider, denser, more substantial. The night air turned heavier. I noticed a drop in temperature that settled on my arms like gooseflesh, even though I was still wearing a thin shirt. The mist now spanned a good 50 yards, a cloud resting lightly on the water, its edges frayed and moving almost as if it were alive. I took a step back, brushing my hand along the car's cool surface. I sensed we were holding our breath. There was no wind, no breeze to move the mist, and yet there it was, inching forward. I felt a flicker of fear, irrational, perhaps, thinking what if this fog was not like any I'd seen before? What if it was something more than water vapor? Rational thoughts told me it was just a natural phenomenon, but my gut tugged in a different direction. The mist doubled in size in under a minute. I watched in awe as it boiled outward, puffing into puffs that joined and thickened. It raced toward the shore, steam-like waves cresting on the water's surface. The three of us retreated, inching away from the water's edge, though I felt we were still too close. I fumbled for the car keys, my fingers awkward against the cold metal. Her sister hovered near the shoreline, frozen, as if glued to the spot. My girlfriend stood beside her, eyes wide in the moonlight. Only then did I fully register how pale the world had grown, as if the lake had exhaled a breath so dense and bright that it swallowed the darkness. I gripped the keys tightly until my knuckles went white, then jabbed at the car door unlock button. The click echoed loudly in the night. The fog now reached halfway to the shore, its leading edge a thick, cotton-like wall that trembled with movement. A low rumble rolled across the water, barely audible at first. Then it grew louder, a trembling sound that resonated through my chest and down to my knees. I shouted at them, a single shout that cut through the silence, urging them to move. They snapped out of their trance and turned to shore, finally seeing how fast it was coming. We sprinted to the car, the gravel scuffing under our feet, hearts hammering. I flung the door open and shoved both of them inside, then slid into the driver's seat and slammed the door shut. The car vibrated beneath us, as if the ground itself had begun to shiver. The mist rolled forward in silent waves, reaching the edge and then creeping onto land, but never crossing further. It licked the grass and the tires of the car, a living thing hungry for more ground. I turned the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life. For a moment, nothing moved on the winding road ahead, just the car, our breathing ragged, the mist pulsing at the edge of the headlights. I put the car in gear and eased forward. The road out of that clearing was narrow and twisted, lined with trees that leaned overhead like skeletal arms. The fog followed us as we drove, drifting across the road in tendrils that flickered under the headlights. Sometimes it would swirl up into the canopy, then drop back down, a curtain that obscured every reflection of light. I kept my eyes on the road, but I could feel it all around us, a knife-edge chill that threaded through the car's vents. The windows fogged instantly, the breath of the fog clouding the glass. My girlfriend's hand found mine over the center console, her grip tight. Her sister sat between us, staring wide-eyed ahead, white-knuckled on the seatbelt. We didn't speak. There were no words to capture what we felt, what we saw. We just drove, following the ribbon of asphalt, hoping it would lead us away. Behind us, the lake receded into the mist. But the fog never truly left. It clung to us, riding on the car's tail, crawling up behind like an unwelcome passenger. Every time I turned a corner, I expected to find it pressing against the back window, but it would slip away into the darkness when I glanced. When we finally emerged back onto a wider road, the fog thinned and broke apart, letting the asphalt run straight and open ahead. We slowed the car to a crawl, the engine's hum sounding deafening in the sudden quiet. My knuckles ached, and I realized I had been gripping the steering wheel so tightly that my arms burned. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The mist had retreated back toward the lake, its wall dissolving into ragged fingers that trailed off into nothingness. The lake itself was invisible now, hidden in the trees beyond the signal of headlights. We drove on, headlights slicing through clear air. It was hours before we spoke. We found a roadside diner still open and parked outside. Inside, amid old neon signs and the smell of coffee, we finally breathed out the fear that had lodged in our throats. We sat in a booth, 3 cups of coffee steaming before us, but none of us drank. Our hands shook too much to hold a mug steady. The diner was warm and bright compared to the night's cold hush. A few late patrons chatted quietly, but no one else seemed aware of the night's strange event. We paid our tab in silence and slipped back into the car, the fog now just a memory that left goosebumps in its wake. In the days that followed, we tried to explain it. A sudden patch of mist on a summer lake, growing, moving, swallowing half the surface before stopping at the shore. There was talk of temperature inversion or pockets of humid air, but none of those scientific terms could banish the memory of its silent advance, the feel of its cold breath at the shore. We never went back. We never even tried. That lake became a story, something we whispered when the others weren't around, eyes darting to windows and shadows. We added our own caution. Never stop at a forgotten lake on a summer night, especially when the world seems too still. Years later, I still drive that way sometimes. I look at the map and see where the road bends by the lake, but I keep going. The road is long and open, and I refuse to stop. Maybe one day I'll see it again, that wall of fog riding across the lake's surface, moving toward me like a living thing. But I'll stay in my car, keep the engine running, and drive straight through the night until I lose it in the darkness. Until then, I'll mark that lake off the list, a place we once stopped and almost got lost in the mist. It was the fall of my 15th year, and I was spending the weekend at my best friend's house. She lived way out in the country, on a narrow dirt road that branched off a quiet, cracked county highway. The kind of place where you could drive for miles and never see another house or car. Her family's property was set back from the road, behind some trees and a sloping gravel driveway. They had a little one-story house with a wide porch, and from the back door you could see nothing but trees, fields, and empty land stretching for miles. There were no neighbors in shouting distance, just quiet woods and open sky. I'd always liked spending time at her place. It was peaceful and felt like a totally different world from the one I came from. No city sounds, no headlights, no traffic. The nights were darker, quieter, and somehow heavier out there. The air smelled like dirt and wood smoke, and you could always hear crickets or the occasional distant bark of a dog. That weekend, the trees were already dropping their leaves. The air had that sharp, dry edge to it that meant winter wasn't far off. You could hear leaves scraping the ground when the wind passed through. Her parents were already asleep by the time we decided to head outside. It was probably around 3 in the morning, maybe a little later. We were bored, the kind of restless boredom that only hits when you're a teenager and the night stretches on with nothing to do. We'd been watching old movies on the tiny TV in her room and eating cheap candy we'd gotten from the dollar store earlier that day. At some point, we got it into our heads to go for a walk. Just something to kill the time and maybe get that weird energy out of our systems. She said it was safe. I wasn't really scared of anything happening. We were in the middle of nowhere. There was no one around. We didn't bring flashlights. There was no need. Our eyes adjusted quickly once we stepped outside. The moon wasn't full, but it was bright enough to see, and the sky was so clear it almost didn't seem real. Thousands of stars, like pinholes poked into black velvet, scattered all across the sky. I remember thinking that it felt like we were the only people alive, like the whole world had gone to sleep except for us. We wandered down the gravel driveway, past the mailbox, and out onto the dirt road. The road itself stretched off into the dark in both directions, flanked by woods on one side and an open field on the other. It was the kind of quiet that made your ears ring a little. No cars, no hum of power lines, no other houses, just us and the dark. We walked slowly, talking about whatever came to mind. Stupid stuff, mostly. School, people we knew, things we wanted to do when we were older. We kicked at rocks and wandered from one side of the road to the other. Every now and then, I'd glance at the field or look up at the sky. The stars felt closer out there. The Milky Way was stretched out overhead like a smear of chalk dust. It was peaceful, still, I don't remember exactly how far we walked, maybe a quarter mile or so. Not very far, just enough to be away from the house and out in the open. Then it happened. 1 second, we were walking along, and the next, everything turned white. Not just light, not like headlights or lightning. I mean pure, blinding white. It wasn't coming from one direction. It wasn't shining on us. It was like the whole world had been replaced by a sheet of white. I couldn't see my hands or the ground or my friend. It was total, overwhelming brightness, like someone had turned on a light inside my skull. It didn't last long. Maybe half a second, maybe less. But it was so sudden and so intense that it felt like being punched in the head. When it was over, I realized I wasn't standing anymore. I was sitting in the road, legs folded weird beneath me, palms on the gravel. It didn't hurt, but I didn't remember falling either. It was like my legs had just given out. My friend was beside me, also sitting. We didn't speak right away. We just sat there in the quiet, breathing. I blinked a few times, trying to get the white spots out of my eyes. Slowly, the night came back into focus. The stars were still up there. The field was still beside us. The woods hadn't moved. Nothing looked different, but something had changed. It felt like the world had hiccuped. There hadn't been a sound. That's the part that stuck with me the most. No explosion, no hum, no wind. Just that blinding light, and then silence. We hadn't seen any cars. There was nowhere for them to come from anyway. No houses nearby. No street lamps. No lightning. No sound at all. After a minute or two, we stood up. I brushed the dirt off my jeans, checked my hands, looked up and down the road. My chest felt tight, like I'd been holding my breath. She looked the same way. Pale, shaky, confused. We didn't say much. Just turned around and walked back to her house without talking. I kept looking over my shoulder, scanning the woods, the road behind us, the sky. There was nothing there. When we got back to her place, we went inside, shut the door quietly, and went back to her room. I lay on the floor in a sleeping bag, staring at the ceiling. She was in her bed, silent. We didn't talk about it, not that night. Eventually, I drifted off. I think it was close to dawn when I finally fell asleep. The rest of the weekend went by normally. We didn't bring it up, and I didn't tell anyone when I got home. I think we both just wanted to pretend it hadn't happened. But I never forgot. Years passed. We drifted apart, as people do. Different schools, different interests. We lost touch for a long time. I always remembered her, though. Especially that night. I would think about it sometimes when I couldn't sleep. Try to come up with explanations. I looked up things online, theories about ball lightning, meteorites, aircraft. But none of it ever really matched what we saw, or what we felt. And I never found anything that explained both the light and the way we dropped to the ground without realizing it. There was no sound, no heat, no movement in the air. Just that split second of blindness, and then confusion. It wasn't until years later, maybe a decade, that I ran into her again. I'd started a new job, and on the first day, I was being shown around the building. As we walked past one of the break rooms, I saw her sitting at a table, sipping coffee. Same face, older. I stopped in my tracks. She recognized me immediately, stood up, hugged me. It was strange and good to see her again. We made plans to get coffee and catch up. A week later, we were sitting across from each other at a little cafe near the office. We talked about old times, where we'd ended up, what we'd done since we last spoke. Eventually, the conversation slowed, and she paused, looking at me with this expression I couldn't read. And then she said it. She asked if I remembered that night, the one with the light. I didn't even have to ask what she meant. I just nodded. All the details came flooding back, more vivid than I remembered. I'd half convinced myself I'd made it up over the years, that maybe I'd dreamed it or exaggerated it in my head. But she remembered it the same way I did. The light, the way we were suddenly sitting in the road, the quiet, the stars still out like nothing had happened. We talked about it for a while that day. Both of us still had no idea what it could have been. We'd never seen anything like it again. Nothing before, nothing since. We hadn't told many people, and those we had told mostly brushed it off or gave us confused looks. The kind of thing you learn to stop bringing up. But neither of us had forgotten it. After that conversation, I thought about it more than I had in years. I started trying to piece together possibilities again, even though I knew I'd never find a real answer. I looked into rare atmospheric phenomena. Ball lightning didn't fit. It's usually associated with thunderstorms, and we hadn't heard a single sound. Meteors? Maybe. But meteors don't usually make you fall over, and we weren't looking up when it happened. Plus, they tend to leave trails or bursts across the sky. This was everywhere, all at once. I even considered military aircraft or some kind of experimental tech. But we hadn't heard a thing. No sonic boom, no engines, no movement, nothing. And it had been years. If it were some test, wouldn't something have come out about it by now? Eventually, I had to accept that there wasn't an answer. Not one I'd ever find, anyway. The truth is, it happened. It was real. Both of us experienced the same thing, in the same way, at the same time. We weren't high. We weren't drunk. We weren't sleep-deprived. We were just two teenagers walking down a country road in the middle of the night. And then we weren't. I don't think it was supernatural. I don't believe in aliens or ghosts or any of that stuff. I think it was something real, something natural or human-made, that we just didn't understand. Maybe we still don't have the tools to explain it. Maybe we never will. But I've never forgotten how it felt. That sudden shift from normal to not. The way the world just vanished for a heartbeat. How the air didn't move. How the quiet returned like nothing had changed. It made me more aware of how fragile things are. How easily the ordinary can crack open. How even the middle of nowhere, with its peace and quiet and dark skies, isn't as predictable as it feels. And every now and then, I'll find myself awake at 3 in the morning, looking up at the stars and wondering, what was that? And what else is out there, just beyond what we can explain? The rain had been falling steadily for hours when I pulled my jacket tighter around me and started up the trail near the base of Mount Timpanogos. The air was thick and heavy with moisture, and a thick fog wrapped the mountain like a damp blanket, choking off any view beyond a few feet. The entire forest seemed to have melted into a single gray haze, a place where shapes and shadows blended together, and the world shrank down to nothing more than the soft thud of my boots on the wet dirt trail. I'd come here many times before. This was one of my favorite hikes, even though it was tough. Little Rock Canyon Trail was steep and demanding. The climb cut sharply up through dense pine and fir trees, the soil muddy and slick from the rain. This wasn't a trail people took lightly, especially on days like this, when the weather kept most hikers away. I wasn't surprised to see no one else on the path as I climbed higher. The smell of wet earth, pine needles, and moss hung thick in the air. Every now and then, water dripped from the branches, hitting the ground with a soft plop or running off into little rivulets that wound their way down the slope. The heavy fog made everything eerily silent. There were no birds, no rustling animals, no wind. Just the slow rhythm of my own breathing and the dull sound of my steps pressing into the soft ground. I was moving slower than usual. The trail was slippery, and I was cautious with each step, watching for loose rocks and hidden roots. My legs burned with the effort, and my breath came out in short, misty bursts. After about 2.5 hours, I reached the part of the trail I'd always loved most. It was a small clearing surrounded by giant mossy boulders, like ancient green sentinels left behind by the mountain. The ground was soft and springy beneath my feet, carpeted in moss and pine needles that seemed to swallow the sound of my footsteps. Huge pine trees towered overhead, their dark trunks disappearing into the low-hanging fog. The fog here was thick enough that I could only see about 15 feet in any direction. The world felt squeezed into a small, quiet bubble. No wind stirred the branches, no birds called out, and the only sound was the soft crunch of my boots on the damp trail and the occasional drip of water from needles overhead. Everything felt muted and strange. I rounded a large tree on the trail, stepping carefully around the tangled roots that spilled across the path. To my left, there was a massive boulder covered in thick moss and small ferns growing out of the cracks. That's when I saw it. Sitting on top of the boulder was the head of a raccoon. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me because of the fog and the dull light. But it was definitely there, resting perfectly still like it had been placed with some awful purpose. The head was fresh, or at least it looked fresh. The fur was still matted with wetness, and the skin hadn't dried out yet. But the raccoon's eyes were missing, both of them gouged out, leaving empty, dark sockets that made the face look hollow and broken. The flesh on the face was torn in places, jagged and raw, as if it had been chewed or clawed at. The mouth was frozen in a snarl, sharp teeth bared in a grimace that seemed to sneer directly at me. My heart slammed against my ribs in shock and disgust. For a moment, I was too stunned to move. The raccoon head was so out of place, so gruesome in this peaceful mountain setting, that it felt like a punch to the gut. I stepped back slowly, unsure what to do. My first thought was to leave immediately, but something kept me rooted there. Maybe it was the poor animal's pitiful, broken face, or maybe it was just the shock of the discovery that made me hesitate. Eventually, I decided I couldn't just leave it there, like some sick trophy left to rot. I pulled out a small folding shovel from my pack and started digging in the soft earth near the boulder. The ground was wet and loose, and the rain had softened the soil, so it came away easily in my hands. After a few minutes, I had a shallow hole big enough to bury the raccoon head. I lowered it gently into the hole, trying not to look too closely at the torn flesh. Covering it back up with dirt, moss, and fallen pine needles, I made a small mound over the spot. Then I found a flat rock nearby and set it upright as a simple tombstone, pressing a stick next to it like a marker. It was a quiet act, a small gesture of respect for a creature that had clearly met a violent end. I stood there for a moment, staring at the little grave I'd made. The fog seemed heavier now, pressing in closer, making the whole forest feel darker and smaller. I could feel the cold rain soaking through my jacket, and the dampness was creeping down into my bones. Turning away, I picked my way carefully back down the trail. The silence seemed even deeper now, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The next few days after that hike were strange. I kept thinking about the raccoon head and that eerie part of the trail. The image stuck in my mind, the empty eye sockets, the snarl frozen on its face. It was one of those things you can't quite shake off. On the third day, I decided to go back. I wanted to see the spot where I'd buried the head, maybe make sure it was still there. The rain had stopped, but the fog lingered, wrapping the mountain in its quiet gray haze. The trail was muddy and slick, the kind of damp that seeps into your shoes and socks no matter what you wear. When I reached the boulder, I stopped dead. The grave had been dug up. The dirt and moss I'd carefully piled back over the hole had been disturbed. The small mound was flattened and broken apart, the flat rock marker pushed to the side and partially buried under loose soil. The hole was empty. No sign of the raccoon head anywhere. I looked all around the clearing, scanning the moss and undergrowth, but it was gone. No fur, no blood, no trace. Something had taken it. The thought made my skin crawl. I stood there for a long time, not moving, staring at the disturbed ground. The silence was thick, almost oppressive. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their dark shapes blurring in the fog. No birds called. No animals stirred. After a while, I turned and hurried back down the trail, my boots slipping on the wet dirt. I didn't look back. The rest of that day, I kept expecting to hear something. Movement in the woods, a rustle of branches, a growl or a snap of twigs. But there was only silence. I never went back to that part of the trail again. Even now, whenever I think about that hike, my mind goes straight to that clearing, to the mossy boulders and the massive pine trees wrapped in fog, and to that raccoon head sitting on the rock, eyes gouged out and mouth frozen in a snarl. Who or what took the head from its grave, I don't know. But the mountain kept its secrets tightly, and I'm not sure I want to find out. The forest can be a strange, quiet place when the fog settles in and the rain falls hard, where even the smallest things can feel sharp and cold in the silence. And some memories don't fade, no matter how hard you try to leave them behind. Fishing with my girlfriend at this small, remote stream was supposed to be just another easy night out, something simple and peaceful. We'd packed light, just a couple of rods, some flies, and a small tackle box. The kind of trip that felt like a break from everything. No phones, no noise, just us and the water. We left right after dinner, the sun still hanging low, but starting to lean toward the edge of the sky. The stream was tucked away, somewhere no one really went. You had to drive down a long dirt road that twisted through the forest, then hike a short but muddy trail before you finally got there. When we arrived, the air was cool but not cold, with the smell of wet earth and pine needles heavy around us. The stream was clear and shallow, its water bubbling quietly over smooth rocks and fallen logs. The trees crowded close, their branches dipping low near the banks, and the mud was thick underfoot, making every step a careful decision. We slipped into the water, careful not to spook any fish, and started moving upstream. The whole time, as we waded through the stream, I kept hearing something that didn't quite fit with the quiet. From the steep hill to our left, just beyond the trees, there was this faint sound, like someone talking. It was low and muffled, almost like a murmur, or maybe a conversation carried on just out of earshot. At first, I thought it might be the wind, or maybe a trick of the forest, but it was too steady, too distinct. It wasn't loud, but it was constant, drifting down the hill and mixing with the sound of the water. I didn't say anything to her. I didn't want to spoil the calm or make her nervous. We were out there to relax, after all. But the murmuring stuck with me. We moved slowly, fishing carefully, casting near the pools where I knew brook trout liked to hide. The water was colder than I expected this time of year, and the rocks slick with algae, so I kept my balance by watching every step. My girlfriend was a bit more experienced than me, and she caught a few small ones early on, holding them gently before letting them go. I managed a couple too, but mostly I was distracted by the sounds from the hill. The stream twisted and turned, and we probably covered close to a mile. Every time we stopped to check the water or swap flies, I could hear it again, that low conversation from the hill. It didn't sound angry or urgent, just quiet, but definitely human. Occasionally, I thought I could make out a word or two, but it was so faint I couldn't be sure. Sometimes it sounded like more than one voice, maybe 2 or 3 people. I wanted to scan the trees, see if I could spot anyone, but the brush was thick and the light was dimming. Despite the unease, I kept my cool, mostly focusing on the fishing and the calm river sounds. My girlfriend was happy and peaceful, humming quietly to herself. She didn't seem to notice the murmurs at all. We stayed until the sun was almost gone, the sky turning that deep, dark blue just before night. The last few casts felt heavier, the air colder, and the woods darker around us. On the walk back to the car, I spotted something lying half buried in the mud near the bank. It was a large bone, white and worn. It didn't look like any bone from a deer or a small animal. I picked it up carefully, wiping away the dirt with my fingers. It was thick and heavy, the kind of bone that might have come from something bigger, maybe a bear or a cow. When I held it up against my thigh, it almost looked like it fit, like it could have belonged to some creature that had passed nearby. It was out there all by itself, far from any trail or sign of human presence. I didn't want to think too much about what it might mean, but it sent a chill down my spine. We reached the car just as the last light faded, and I started the engine. The interior was dark and smelled like damp clothes and pine. As we drove back down the dirt road, the engine low and steady, the woods closing in on either side, the peace of the day began to settle back in. We talked quietly about the fishing, the few trout we caught, how cold the water was, and how nice it was to get away from everything. Somewhere along the drive, I brought up the murmuring. I don't remember exactly how the subject came up. Maybe I was trying to explain the feeling I'd had all evening. When I mentioned it, my girlfriend's face changed. Her easy smile faded, and her eyes looked a little wide, like she was suddenly remembering something she didn't want to say. She told me she thought she heard it too, but hadn't wanted to mention it, figuring maybe she was imagining things or trying to enjoy the moment. When I asked where she thought it was coming from, she said the same thing I had noticed, the steep, muddy hill just off the stream, hidden behind thick trees. That was the moment the peaceful mood in the car shifted. Something about knowing we both heard it, but hadn't said anything, made it more real and more unsettling. There was no way to explain what the voices were saying or who they belonged to. No way to know if anyone else was out there, hidden in the dark woods, watching or waiting. The road was rough, with potholes and loose gravel, and the headlights only reached so far into the blackness. Every few seconds, a shadow flickered at the edge of the light. A tree branch moved just a little too quickly in the wind, or the distant call of an owl echoed through the forest. The silence between the murmurs seemed louder than anything else. Even though it was creepy, it didn't stop us from wanting to come back. We both agreed the fishing was too good, and the spot too quiet in every other way, to let it go just because of some strange noises on the hill. But after that night, I couldn't stop thinking about what it meant to be out there, in that remote place, where the woods are thick and the hills steep. It's one thing to be out in nature, with just the water and the fish, but it's a whole other thing to suddenly realize you're not alone. To hear voices where no one should be. To see a bone that doesn't fit with the rest of the world, you know. The scariest part is the uncertainty. Out there, you have no idea who or what you might run into. You don't know their intentions, and they don't know yours. Everyone has been friendly so far, and usually, if you bump into someone, they're just as lost as you are. But there's always that flicker of doubt, that moment when you wonder if you're about to be caught somewhere you don't want to be, lost, hurt, or worse. It's a place where the peaceful surface hides something deeper, something that makes your skin crawl even on the brightest, sunniest days. We'll be back to fish that stream again this year. I'm not going to lie, it still makes me uneasy. But the trout are worth it, and we'll be careful. We'll keep our eyes open and stay aware, even when it feels like the only sound should be the river running over the rocks. That night, walking back through the dark woods to the car, I kept glancing at the hill. The murmurs hadn't stopped, and something about the way the shadows moved made me feel small, exposed, and completely alone. But the thing is, I wasn't really alone. Not out there, not on that muddy hill, not in that cold, empty stream. And that's what made it real, and what makes me think twice before going back. I remember that day so clearly, even though it happened years ago when I was about 12. It was one of those early summer evenings in a small suburban town in Pennsylvania. The kind of evening where the sun is just starting to lower itself, but there's still plenty of light left in the sky, soft and warm against the buildings and trees lining Main Street. The air was thick with the smell of fresh-cut grass mixed with the faint scent of car exhaust from passing vehicles. The hum of everyday life was all around. People walking dogs, kids riding bikes, the distant bark of a neighbor's dog, and the occasional ringing bell from a bike messenger or a shop closing up for the day. It was just a normal day. I was sitting in the back seat of my dad's old sedan, squished between my best friend and the door. My friend was this quiet kid, a few years older than me, but we got along well. Dad was driving us home after we spent the afternoon at the park. The windows were rolled down a bit, and a gentle breeze was coming through, fluttering the papers on the dashboard. Dad's hands rested casually on the steering wheel, his eyes on the road but relaxed as he cruised slowly down Main Street. Everything felt ordinary until I noticed something strange far up in the sky. I nudged my friend and pointed. He followed my finger, and then Dad looked up, too. Way up there, almost blending with the soft blue of the early evening sky, were two shiny metal orbs. They looked like they were made of polished silver, almost glowing in the sunlight despite the distance. The orbs floated there silently, hanging in the sky like balloons tethered to invisible strings. But then they started moving. They weren't moving like planes or birds. Instead, they shifted with a strange smoothness, like they were weightless and not affected by the wind or gravity. Sometimes they stayed still, hovering perfectly, side by side, almost as if they were watching us. Then suddenly, without warning, one of the orbs darted off at a speed that made my eyes widen. It zigzagged across the sky so fast it was hard to keep up, and the other orb followed in quick bursts, darting back and forth like they were playing some sort of silent game. Dad slowed the car to a crawl, barely moving forward, as all three of us craned our necks, watching the strange silver orbs through the front windshield. The streetlights cast long shadows on the pavement, and the houses that lined the street seemed unusually quiet, as if even the world had paused to watch. We all sat there silently, almost hypnotized by the spectacle unfolding above us. For more than a minute, the orbs moved this way, sometimes hovering, sometimes darting, sometimes circling each other in smooth, almost playful patterns. They made no sound, no buzzing, no hum, nothing at all. The sky around them was empty except for a few wispy clouds, and even a small bird flying low by the treetops seemed to avoid the area. It was like the orbs had created a bubble of silence and stillness around themselves. Then, as suddenly as they had appeared, the orbs picked up speed again, shooting straight up and then across the sky in a blink. In an instant, they were gone, vanished so quickly that it felt like they had never been there at all. Dad eased the car back up to normal speed and started driving again. The three of us sat there in silence for a moment, our hearts still racing. I could feel the excitement buzzing in my chest, the strange mix of fear and wonder that I'd never felt before. My friend and I looked at each other wide-eyed, knowing we had just seen something no one would believe. Dad just shook his head slowly, still staring at the spot where the orbs had disappeared. For days after, we couldn't stop talking about it. Every chance we got, we'd bring up the orbs, describing every detail, the way they moved, how shiny they were, the silence that surrounded them. It was our secret, something we shared that made us feel like we'd seen something incredible and rare. But when we got home and told my mom about it, she just laughed and told us it was probably some kind of weather balloon or a trick of the light. She didn't believe us. It was frustrating because the three of us were sure of what we saw. Even Dad, usually a practical man, would bring it up now and then, as if trying to understand what we had witnessed. Years passed, and the memory never faded for me. I'd sometimes lie awake at night thinking about those orbs, wondering what they really were and where they came from. It felt like a mystery locked away in the sky, something beyond anything I could explain. Then, a few years ago, I finally talked about it with my friend again. I expected him to remember everything vividly like I did. But when I mentioned the orbs, his face blanked, and he told me he had no memory of ever seeing them at all. I asked him to think harder, but he just shrugged it off like it never happened or was a dream he'd forgotten. It hit me hard. How could he forget something so strange and unforgettable? It made me feel alone in the memory, like maybe it wasn't real for anyone else. Dad still talks about those orbs sometimes, especially when we're out driving or looking up at the night sky. He never tries to guess what they were, just says they were something no one can explain. And I hold on to the memory tightly, hoping one day we might understand. Even now, when I look up at the sky in the evening, I search for those shiny metal orbs, hoping to see that same strange dance. But they never come back. They remain a silent mystery, floating just out of reach, locked in that one perfect moment on a quiet suburban street in Pennsylvania. It was early in the morning, just about 6 a.m., and my dad and I were driving on Route 80, heading from Pennsylvania to New Jersey. The sky was still that soft, pale blue that comes right before the sun fully rises. The kind of light that makes everything look calm and quiet, like the world is still waking up. The highway was mostly empty, with only a few cars scattered here and there, their headlights blinking on and off as they passed. My dad was focused on driving, and I was staring out the window, watching the trees and the faint fog hanging low over the fields beside the road. Then I saw it. At first, it was just a little dot in the sky, too small to really make out. But as we got closer, it grew clearer, and I realized it wasn't just some airplane light or a star fading in the morning light. It was something else, something I couldn't explain. It looked like a tiny planet, the kind you might imagine holding in your hand, like one of those glass spheres with a little world trapped inside. It was perfectly round, a sphere, with swirling patterns of blue and white all over it. The blue was deep, like the ocean, and the white looked like clouds, moving gently over the surface. The whole thing was slowly rotating, turning like a globe on a desk. It was flying across the sky, moving in a smooth, steady line. At first, it seemed low, really low, like someone standing on a ladder or in a cherry picker could reach out and touch it. It wasn't far up in the sky where airplanes fly. It floated close to the ground, just above the tops of the trees. I stared at it, mesmerized. It didn't make a sound. No buzzing, no humming, nothing that you'd expect from something that looked like it was moving through the air. My dad saw it too. I pointed it out, but he already had his eyes on it. We both watched as it moved slowly along the highway, drifting parallel to the road. The light was soft and muted, not bright or flashy, but it stood out against the pale blue sky. There was something so peaceful about it, almost like it belonged there, like it was a part of the morning itself. But then, something strange happened. As we kept driving, the sphere reached a spot where the sky was filled with a thin layer of clouds. It moved into the clouds, and for a moment, it looked like it got stuck. It just hung there inside the mist, the swirling blue and white pattern barely visible through the fog. It didn't fall or disappear. It didn't move forward or backward. It just stayed, suspended in the cloud like it was trapped. We slowed down, both of us watching in silence. The highway was quiet except for the hum of the car engine and the tires rolling over the asphalt. I remember feeling a strange mix of curiosity and unease. It wasn't frightening exactly, but it was definitely out of place, like something I shouldn't be seeing. We kept going, but I kept glancing back at that spot in the sky, hoping to catch one last glimpse before it vanished. But when I looked again, it was gone. The clouds were still there, but the sphere was no longer inside them. It didn't fly off or dissolve. It was just not there anymore. My dad and I didn't say much after that. It felt like we both needed some time to process what we had just seen. The rest of the drive was quiet, with both of us lost in thought. I kept wondering if I had imagined it, or if it was some trick of the light. But my dad saw it too, and that made it real. Looking back now, years later, it's still the strangest thing I've ever seen. I've thought about it a lot, trying to figure out what it could have been. A weather balloon? Maybe. But I never saw anything like it before or since. Something about how it moved, the way it looked, The fact that it got stuck in the clouds, it just doesn't fit with anything normal. Sometimes I wonder if it was some kind of experimental drone or a piece of technology that nobody told us about. Or maybe it was just a weird weather phenomenon that happens once in a lifetime. Whatever it was, it left a mark on me. It's like a secret that only my dad and I share, something that reminds me that the world can be stranger than I ever imagined, even in the most ordinary moments. That morning on Route 80, watching that little spinning planet float in the sky felt like a glimpse into something beyond the everyday. Something mysterious but quiet, like the world has corners we'll never fully understand. And even now, whenever I'm driving early in the morning, or looking up at the sky before the sun comes up, I keep hoping to see it again. Not because I expect to, but because that moment showed me how real the strange can be. How sometimes, even in the middle of a normal day, something incredible can happen. Something that doesn't need to be explained to be amazing. We had just closed on the house a few days ago. It was tucked at the edge of a small town, surrounded on 3 sides by dense woods that stretched farther than I could see from the porch. The house itself looked older, maybe built in the 1950s or 60s, but well kept, except for the garden. The previous owner, a woman we'd barely met, didn't live there. She was strange, if you could even call it that. She never came to the house during the sale process, and when she did send someone to drop off the keys, the person was just a courier. The woman herself was never around. From what we gathered, the woman lived somewhere else, wore nothing but these oversized, baggy clothes that hung off her thin frame like tents. No one in town had much to say about her, other than that she was different, quiet, or odd. That was enough for us not to think much of it. We were just happy to have found a place with a yard big enough for us to plant the garden I'd always wanted. On the morning we decided to start working in the garden, the air was crisp, the sky a soft blue with the sun just beginning to warm the earth. I went outside with my gloves and a small trowel, ready to dig holes for the flowers my partner and I had picked out. The ground was a little tough, probably months of neglect, but manageable. After a few minutes of digging, my trowel struck something hard. At first, I thought it might be a rock or an old pipe buried beneath the soil. But when I cleared the dirt away, I realized it was a plastic bag, one of those heavy-duty black trash bags. Curious, I grabbed the edge and pulled. The bag was heavy and oddly soft. I tugged it out fully and laid it on the grass. The zipper at the top was half open, and inside, I could see what looked like fabric. Something about the colors caught my eye. As I carefully unzipped it, a sharp, musty smell hit me, like old sweat and something decayed. I pulled the bag open wider and was shocked to find women's underwear inside. Bras and panties, dozens of them, tangled and wrinkled. My first thought was that it must have been some kind of stash left by the previous owner or someone else connected to the house. But what unsettled me most was the condition of the underwear. Every piece was slashed open, cut cleanly across the fabric with what had to be a razor or a blade. The cuts weren't along the seams or anywhere that made sense, just straight, deliberate slashes across the cups of the bras and across the panties, sometimes multiple times. The fabric was old, stained in places, but the cuts looked recent. I backed away a little, heart racing. What was going on here? Why would anyone keep something like this buried in the garden? I called my partner over, and we looked at the bag together, neither of us able to say much. Then, while digging a little further, I found another bag. This one was smaller, a worn canvas sack with a zip. It was heavier. Inside were dozens of keys. Old-fashioned keys, the kind that open old locks, not the modern flat ones. Each key had a small, handwritten tag tied to it, with a woman's name written in faded ink. The names were all different, none repeated, and they sounded like real names. Anna, Maria, Elena, Olga. Names that sounded Eastern European, like the woman we bought the house from. At the bottom of the bag was a gold crucifix necklace, small and delicate, the kind someone might wear daily. It was tarnished, but still beautiful. I handled it carefully, the metal cold against my skin. The more we uncovered, the more uneasy I felt. We'd just bought this house, hoping for a fresh start, and here was something dark buried right beneath our feet. We decided to call the police. When the officers arrived, they took the bags and their contents, nodding but not seeming particularly surprised. They brought a cadaver dog to sniff around the garden, just to be sure, but the dog didn't react to anything. No signs of anything buried alive or dead beneath the soil. We suggested they check the woods. The property was surrounded by thick forest that had been untouched for years. We told them the woods might hold answers. They listened, took notes, but said they'd get back to it. They took the evidence and left, and that was the last we heard of it. Weeks passed. No calls, no updates. The police didn't return to search the woods, and nothing more was said. But the feeling of dread in the house never left us. Neighbors whispered about strange lights at night, figures moving between the trees, shadows that didn't seem to belong. People said the woods were haunted or cursed. But I didn't want to think about ghosts or spirits. I wanted a logical answer. We started taking long walks in the woods to clear our heads, but each time, the weight of what we'd found pulled at me. Sometimes I'd see broken branches in places I hadn't been before, or find scraps of fabric caught on thorns, reminders of the bags we uncovered. One afternoon, while walking deeper than usual, I found an old, rusted padlock half buried in the dirt. I picked it up, turning it over in my hand, and for the first time I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the wind. What had this woman been hiding? And why had the police stopped looking? The garden and the woods became places I couldn't relax in. Even during the day, the air felt thick, heavy with secrets. Sometimes, when I was alone in the house, I'd find myself staring at the spot where we dug up the bags, imagining what might still lie hidden beneath the earth. I thought about the women's names on the keys, wondering who they were and what had happened to them. We never found out. The police never came back. The house remained ours, but the mystery stayed buried with it. And every time I walk near those woods, I remember the bags and the clean cuts in the underwear, the names on the keys, and the crucifix buried in the dirt. They say the woods are haunted, but I think the real horror is what people hide when no one is watching, and how some secrets stay buried, waiting for someone to find them. It was one of those late summer afternoons when the light starts to soften, but the heat still lingers in the air. Me and 3 of my friends decided to explore the woods behind one of their houses. We didn't have much planned, just wandering around, seeing what we could find, killing time before it got too dark. The woods were dense but not too wild. A lot of small animal trails crisscrossed the underbrush, paths worn down by deer or rabbits maybe. The ground was uneven but mostly soft with fallen leaves and pine needles. We followed one of those thin trails, weaving between trees that towered high and cast long shadows. The smell of damp earth and rotting leaves filled the air, mixed with the faint scent of pine. The trail wasn't very wide, just enough for one person to walk at a time. Branches scraped against our arms and legs as we pushed through. The sounds of twigs snapping underfoot, the only noise aside from birds chirping in the canopy. The afternoon light filtered through the leaves and scattered beams, but the woods felt cooler here, almost a little gloomy despite the sun. After maybe 20 minutes of walking, the trail led us to something unexpected, a road. It wasn't like a highway or even a normal street, but a smooth, straight stretch of asphalt running for about 100 meters. It seemed out of place, like a ribbon laid down through the middle of the forest. The edges were sharp, clean, as if it had been built recently. It didn't connect to anything we could see. The road had smaller offshoots, tiny side paths that branched off like veins. They weren't paved much past the first few feet, just rough dirt and gravel. It looked like someone had started building a gated community, but then stopped for some reason. We walked down the main road, the sound of our shoes on the asphalt almost loud in the quiet woods. The air here smelled different, less like forest and more like dirt and dry leaves. The trees on either side seemed less dense, but some parts were overgrown with vines and thorny bushes creeping over the edges. There was a strange stillness, like the woods themselves were holding their breath. Eventually, we came to one of those side paths. It was narrower, covered in thick thorny vines that curled around branches and choked the undergrowth. The trees here were taller and older, their trunks twisted and dark. The canopy blocked most of the fading sunlight, making the path darker and colder. The thorns snagged at our clothes as we pushed through, the smell of damp wood and earth stronger here. Of course, we chose to go down that path. None of us said it out loud. It was like a silent dare, or maybe just curiosity. The air grew heavier, and the sound of the forest dimmed as we walked deeper in. The crunch of leaves underfoot was muffled by the thick carpet of moss and fallen needles. The shadows stretched long and moved with the wind. After a while, the path opened up to a strange sight. Ahead was a big sand dune, rising up like a hill in the middle of the woods. It looked completely out of place, soft and golden against the dark green of the forest. The sunlight caught the sand, making it almost glow in the fading light. As we got closer, a sudden, eerie noise broke the silence. A huge flock of crows, a murder, if you want the right word, erupted from the top of the dune all at once. Their black wings beat the air, making a harsh, rattling noise that echoed through the trees. The birds swirled and cawed as they took off into the sky, scattering like a storm of shadows. The moment felt heavy, like something was watching. At the base of the dune, where the sand sloped down into the underbrush, there was a small cross. It wasn't fancy or made of metal, just two sticks tied together with a bit of old twine. The wood was rough and weathered, the twine frayed. Underneath the cross was a shallow depression in the sand, like the ground had settled over a hole that had been filled in or collapsed. It looked like someone had buried something there, but nothing else was visible. We stood still for a long time, looking at the cross. The silence was thick, almost suffocating. The air felt colder now, and the last light of day was slipping away fast. Then we heard it, the sound of a car engine. It was faint at first, the distant hum of tires on gravel or dirt, getting louder slowly. We froze and ducked behind a cluster of trees, our hearts pounding in our chests. The car came closer, and we could hear the faint clicking and shifting of gears. The noise stopped just on the edge of the path, right where we were hiding. It didn't fade away or drive past. It just stopped. We waited, holding our breath, the silence pressing in on us from all sides. The engine idled quietly, nothing else moving. No headlights, no doors opening. Just the sound of the car, standing still in the darkness. We didn't know what to think. It was getting dark, colder, and the woods felt alive with things we couldn't see. After what felt like forever, the car started up again, slowly driving away. The sound faded into the distance, leaving the forest silent once more. We didn't say much as we hurried back down the thorny path, stepping carefully over roots and fallen branches. The road back to the animal trail seemed longer than before, the shadows deeper and darker. Our footsteps sounded loud and urgent in the quiet. By the time we reached the edge of the woods near the houses, night had fallen completely. The streetlights cast pale pools of light over the pavement, and the houses looked normal and safe. But something about that cross, the sand dune, and the stopped car stayed with me for a long time after. A feeling that maybe, out there in those woods, some things were better left unexplored. I had no idea how far out we really were until the engines went quiet, and all I could hear was the wind in the trees. The woods were deep, heavy with thick pines and old hardwoods, and we'd been riding for well over an hour since leaving the field behind my friend's house. His property was already pretty far out, borderline middle of nowhere. But once we got onto the trails and pushed deeper into the forest, the world we left behind felt like it didn't exist anymore. There were no fences, no old barns, no road sounds, and definitely no cell service. Just dirt, trees, and silence broken by the occasional rev of a bike. It started out as a normal ride. We'd packed light, didn't even bring water like idiots, just gassed up and took off. There were 4 of us total, each on our own bike. We stuck mostly to the game trails and narrow paths we figured were either made by animals or old ATVs. It felt endless, a real maze of tree trunks and packed down dirt, but we made a point to go in one solid direction. That was the plan. Pick a bearing and stick to it. That way, when it was time to turn back, we could retrace the route in reverse. We weren't complete idiots. We knew gas was limited, so when the trees started thickening and we noticed shadows stretching out longer over the brush, we stopped to regroup. My friend, the one who actually lived out here, suggested heading back. We all agreed, half because we were getting tired and half because we had that creeping feeling that we'd pushed it too far. No one said it, but we were thinking the same thing. We didn't really know these woods. We turned back and started picking our way through the trees again, retracing as best we could. That's when we saw them. At first it didn't feel like anything. Just 4 or 5 shapes, standing still in a clearing about 100 feet ahead, slightly off to the right. They were arranged in a loose half-circle, spaced out between a few tall pines, and not moving. We slowed up, naturally, because it's weird to see people that deep in the woods. No gear, no movement, just standing there. But we weren't scared. Not at first. From far away, they just looked like people. Probably hikers or hunters, or maybe even other kids messing around. So we kept moving slowly, and that's when one of the bikes sputtered and cut out. My buddy kicked it a couple times, but the engine wouldn't catch. It was a weird moment, quiet, awkward, and since we were within earshot of those people, we figured it was only polite to wave and maybe say hi, just to keep things from getting weird. Only they didn't wave back. They didn't even twitch. That was the first time the air got heavy. You could feel it in your chest, like the silence was pushing back. It was subtle, but we all noticed it. The longer we stared, the less human they looked. They didn't move at all. Not a flinch, not a shift of weight, nothing. They were just stuck there. Even from a distance I could make out the outlines. Straight backs, rigid arms, blank silhouettes. It was like someone had posed them that way on purpose. There were 5 of them, though I was only really staring at the ones closest to the trees. I figured maybe scarecrows, but that didn't make sense either. Who puts scarecrows in a forest? We were 17, stupid, and riding on a thrill. So naturally, instead of turning around, we rode a little closer. We didn't get all the way to them, maybe stopped about 50 feet out. That was all we needed. I could see it clearly now. They weren't people at all. The first one was a human-shaped target, like a flat piece of plywood cut into the silhouette of a man, mounted up against the tree. I could see painted on outlines, like little diagrams of lungs and a heart in bright red and blue. It was a target for shooting, but it was specific, detailed, not like the ones at the range back in town. This one looked almost too real. The second one had clothes. I don't know why, but that one got to me worse. It had an old hoodie and jeans stapled or nailed to the board, like whoever made it wanted it to feel real. There were holes in the fabric, bullet holes, maybe knife slashes. I didn't look too long. The clothes were too worn to be fresh, but they weren't old enough to be falling apart either. Just used. We didn't even check the rest. I remember looking over at the others, and no one had to say anything. We just turned. Not fast, not in a panic, just sharp and decisive. Got back on the bikes. The one that had stalled fired up again after a few kicks, and we started heading out of there. That's when we saw the sign. It was about 20 feet off the trail, nailed to a crooked tree trunk. Big hand-painted letters in bright red. Haha, it blows up. Underneath the sign, there was a metal tank. Propane. The kind you'd hook up to a grill. But this one was old and rusted and connected to what looked like some kind of tubing that ran into the underbrush. None of us stopped to investigate. Just a quick glance. But even now, I remember the chill that ran up my back when I saw the pipe. Some part of me wanted to believe it was a joke. Like someone out there was building some dumb backwoods haunted trail or prepping for a paintball game with props. But it didn't feel like that. There weren't any paths. No cleared areas. No signs of other vehicles or camps. No litter. Nothing that would suggest fun or planning. And nothing about that setup said harmless. We didn't ride fast at first. We were too afraid to crash, but the silence in the woods was starting to feel wrong. Like we were being watched. That sounds paranoid, I know. But after seeing those cutouts, the one with clothes, and that propane setup, everything around us started feeling off. Even the trees felt like they were leaning in closer. The birds weren't chirping anymore. No bugs. Just the roar of our engines and the occasional crack of a stick behind us. Stuff we tried to convince ourselves we imagined. We rode non-stop for maybe 30 minutes before we had to pause again. One of the bikes was heating up, and we needed to check the oil. When we stopped, I looked back over the trail. Nothing there. No sign of anyone or anything following us. But still, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd gotten too close to something we shouldn't have. And I started thinking about how remote that place really was. My friend's property stretched for miles, but we'd gone way beyond the boundaries. No fences, no gates. Just woods that stretched into God knows where. That meant anyone could have been out there. Anyone with a twisted sense of humor or worse. We didn't talk much after that. We kept the engines running and only stopped when we absolutely had to. When we finally burst out of the tree line and into the clearing behind my friend's house, it felt like waking up from a nightmare, like coming up for air. The house was small, nothing special, but seeing it made my knees weak. We parked the bikes and sat there for a while, just drinking water and staring at the ground. The sun was lower now, almost gone, and none of us wanted to go back inside right away. There was too much adrenaline still boiling under the surface. Eventually, we all went home. Didn't even eat dinner together like we'd planned. Just called it a night. For weeks after, I tried to think up a reason. Something that would make it all make sense. Maybe some survivalist guy out there using his land to practice. Maybe an old vet with a dark sense of humor. Maybe even kids playing a twisted game. But none of those answers ever really held up. There was no road access anywhere near that area. No cabins. No signs of a campsite. And that propane tank, that still bugs me. It wasn't hooked up to anything normal. It was buried partway in the ground, like someone tried to hide it, but didn't finish the job. The tubing might have gone to another tank. Or maybe something else entirely. I never looked back to see where it ended. We never went back into those woods again. Not that far, anyway. Every now and then I'll ride near the tree line, and I'll catch myself looking for shapes, watching for that cluster of human outlines just barely visible between the trunks. I haven't seen them again, but the feeling I had that day stuck with me. Because whatever was going on out there, we weren't supposed to see it. We didn't belong there. And someone had made damn sure we'd remember that. When I was 10 years old, our small house sat close enough to the Brazos River that I could hear its low murmur through my bedroom window on calm nights. In the summer, after a heavy rain, the river would swell and roar through the low banks, swallowing small trees and grass, dragging away anything not firmly rooted. Then, just as suddenly, it would go quiet again, the water level dropping until only a shallow trickle remained. The muddy banks would crack, and the river would leave behind clumps of silt, bits of wood tangled in roots, patches of grass stripped bare. To me and my sister Emily and our neighbor Jessie, this was the closest thing we'd ever seen to an adventure. We spent hours poking at the fresh debris, flipping stones, poking into hollow logs to see what creatures had fled or drowned in the flood. It never felt dangerous, not really, until the day we came upon the remains. That morning had dawned bright and hot, the air heavy with humidity. Storm clouds still lingered in the east, but the sun pushed in from the west, making everything sparkle. On the porch, my mother had tended to plants in hanging baskets. She called to us to be careful near the bank, warning that the mud could swallow a foot in a heartbeat. But I was restless, itching for the feeling of sharp rocks under my sneakers, the wind whipping at my hair. Emily and Jessie agreed to meet me at the old fallen willow tree 30 yards down the bank. We all carried sticks to poke at things, metal cans for clamshells we hoped to find, and an old plastic jar to scoop up minnows from the shallow pools. We dropped down onto the bank, our sneakers sinking into wet gray mud. The river was shrunk to half its usual width, a thin, churning ribbon weaving through sandbars and exposed roots. The muddy smell of wet earth and decaying leaves clung to our clothes, and the water's edges still held pieces of fresh wood bark and long strips of grass. I knelt and dipped my jar into a small pool. Jessie reached over and splashed me jokingly, sending droplets into my hair. Emily shushed her, craning her neck to peer into a hollow log, but the log was empty. We moved on, our laughter echoing faintly against the distant tree line. A few yards further, the river took a sharp bend around a patch of thorny brush, and the ground rose slightly to a flat shelf of sand and gravel. The sun was stronger here, and the glare made it hard to see details unless you looked carefully. I spotted something white against the gray gravel and pointed it out. At first I thought it might be an old rag, or a balloon caught on a twig. The girls came forward, bending at the waist, peering through hands shielding their eyes. That's when I felt my stomach twist. It wasn't cloth or plastic. It was lace. The white lace lingerie lay stretched across a patch of sand and mud, tangled around a broken branch. The fabric was weathered, dark at the edges where mud had stained it, the fine pattern almost smudged. Beneath it, partly buried, was the shape of a leg. I knew it couldn't be my neighbor's dolls or a toy. When I slid my stick under the lace and lifted it gently, the end of a white bone appeared. Then the thigh. Then a hip bone, discolored to a dull yellow and gray. The muscles and skin had rotted away long ago, leaving only a thin membrane that flaked off when we touched it. The lace clung to patches of the decayed flesh. I heard Emily make a soft sound behind me, and I turned to see her face as pale as a ghost, her eyes filled with fear. Jessie took a step back, her mouth open. None of us spoke. The heat pressed down on us, the river gurgling at our backs. I felt my heart pound loud in my chest, as though I could hear it in my ears. I dropped the stick. I wanted to run, but I felt frozen. My mind raced with questions. Who was she? How had she gotten here? Why only half a body? The bones glinted in the sun, a dull white against the dark sand. A small breeze rustled the lace, making it flutter like a wounded bird. I heard my sister's voice in my head. telling me not to touch it, but I couldn't look away. I remember the faint smell of rot mixed with river mud and the earth's damp tang. My legs felt weak, and I sank onto a patch of gravel. Emily sat beside me, pulling her knees to her chest. Jessie stood a few feet away, her arms crossed over her chest as if to protect herself from the horror in front of us. Then I heard my own voice, a scream more than a shout, tearing out of me without warning. We found a dead body. I leaped to my feet and started running, my sneakers slipping in the mud. Emily scrambled after me. Jessie's feet flopped at her heels as she tried to catch up. We tore across the hot, exposed bank, past driftwood and broken reeds, the sun blazing down so fiercely I thought my skin might cook. Thin beads of sweat ran into my eyes, stinging. My lungs burned. My heart thudded like a drum. Behind me I heard Emily's feet and Jessie's, and the frantic cry my sister cut through the air again. Dead body. Dead body. We reached the yard, panting and covered in mud. The front door was open. My mother was inside, wiping her hands on her apron, humming softly. She turned when she saw us barreling toward her. "What is it?" she asked, but we didn't stop. We ran into the kitchen, muddy footprints trailing behind. My mother's face changed from curiosity to confusion. "Slow down," she said gently. "Calm down now." But I couldn't calm down. In my mind, the lace and bones still burned behind my eyelids. I wanted her to believe me, but she looked at us like we'd gone mad. My sister's pale face and ragged breathing finally convinced her to step outside. We dragged her to the edge of the yard, where she could see the riverbank. The line of sight wasn't clear from the kitchen. Tall grass and bushes hid most of it. We had to climb over a fallen board in the fence. My mother struggled in grass, her apron catching on thorny stems. She brushed branches aside and finally glimpsed the strip of riverbank where we'd been. Her face stiffened. "Stay here," she said, voice low. She sprinted across the yard. We watched her go, her apron flapping, her hand raised to shield her eyes from the sun. She disappeared into the tall grass, and we heard her call, "Hello? Police? Someone come." Minutes later, 2 sheriff's deputies arrived. They were seated in their cruiser down by the road, waiting after a quick call to dispatch. One deputy, a man with a kind face, knelt by the body remains. The other stood behind him, arms folded, scanning the tree line. They exchanged no pleasantries with my mother or us. They moved with deliberate slowness, carefully photographing the remains and marking the scene. One of the deputies bent over and gently lifted what was left of the lace, placing it into an evidence bag. He worked in silence, wearing a crisp uniform that looked too clean for this riverbank. Then he touched the bone, checked its texture, frowned, and moved on. We huddled behind the deputy, too scared to look any closer. I felt my throat tight, my stomach churning. My mother wrapped an arm around Emily. Jessie leaned against the fence post, staring at the ground. I didn't dare look at the remains again. I just watched the deputy move methodically, saw his lips pressed in a thin line of concentration. Eventually, they signaled to each other. The other deputy reached into the cruiser and lifted a large white sheet. He came back, carefully spread it over the remains, then motioned for my mother and us to step back. We obeyed, our feet sticking in the mud. The deputies finished their work, gathered their evidence bags, and walked back to their cruiser. They drove away slowly, sirens silent. For days after, the world felt strange. The river seemed more sinister, its gurgle at night a whisper of unseen things. Our little town buzzed with hushed talk about the missing girl from Houston, about the scandal that unfolded. A young woman murdered by her boyfriend, dumped in the river to never be seen again. They said her name, Julia, but it sounded hollow when I heard it. I saw her face on posters, big brown eyes, dark hair, a smile that didn't reach her eyes. I thought of the lace and bone we found and felt that her smile was gone, stolen by the river's current. The top half of her body was never recovered. People whispered that alligators must have consumed it, that decay and scavengers had scattered her remains far downstream. I pictured gators surfacing, ripping at flesh, dragging pieces beneath the water. The thought made me shiver, even in midsummer heat. At school, kids stared at me. Some asked if I was the one who found the body. Others refused to speak to me at all. Teachers gave me worried looks. I tried to slip through the halls unnoticed, but the secret followed me like a shadow. Nights, I woke sweating, heart pounding, picturing the legs and lace floating in the shallow pool. I heard splashing and imagined hands dragging me under. I would lie in bed, paralyzed with fear, until dawn light seeped through the curtains. My parents never asked if I wanted to talk about it. They assumed the deputies had answered all our questions. But I had so many questions. I wanted to know why the river felt sacred one moment and murder's hiding place the next. I wanted to know how a person could be loved one day and thrown away like trash the next. I wanted the river to give back what it had taken. Instead, the water continued to rise and fall, washing new debris onto the banks and carrying old secrets downstream. Weeks later, they held a small community meeting at the church hall. A detective stood in front of folding chairs and gave a summary. He apologized to the girl's family and to our town. He said the boyfriend had confessed. He said he had meant only to scare her, but things got out of hand. He said he didn't know the river would hide her so well, that only part of her would be found. I watched faces in the crowd, saw tears and anger. I felt numb. I did not approach the detective or the girl's parents. I did not want to see their pain in person. Instead, I sat in the back row beside Emily, her hand gripping mine until my knuckles went white. I still remember the night like it was yesterday. It was nearly 4 years ago, just after my boyfriend and I had moved into that cramped apartment overlooking the city's quiet end. We'd spent our first few months settling in, unpacking boxes, wrestling with the stubborn shelves, learning which corner of the building got the best light in the morning. By the time autumn curled around the streets and the first hints of chill crept into the air, we felt ready to explore the small town beyond our front door. One evening, around midnight, we decided to take our dog, Jasper, for a walk around the lake. It was one of the most popular spots in town, even after dark. People jogged there in the early evening, and during the day, the path bustled with families, teenagers on bikes, and elderly couples shuffling hand in hand. But at midnight, it was silent, save for the occasional chorus of frogs or the flutter of a night bird's wings. The path around the water dipped and rose in gentle curves. We'd done this walk half a dozen times before, but never this late. Jasper, part Labrador, part who knows what, bounced along between us, tail wagging, sniffing every lamppost and bush. His leash was slack in our hands, and for a while, I let myself relax. The air had that crisp snap that tells you winter is on its way, even if the trees held on to most of their leaves. My breath made little clouds as I exhaled. My boyfriend's hand felt warm against my back. The streetlights cast golden pools on the pavement. A few ducks slept on the water's edge, their heads tucked beneath their wings. We rounded the curve where the path narrowed, just past the small wooden footbridge. That's when we saw the first pair of old people. A man and a woman, both hunched slightly, moved side by side, leaning on their canes. The woman wore a long, dark coat, buttoned to her chin. The man's shoulders sagged as he followed a half-step behind her, clutching a plaid scarf around his neck. Neither looked our way. Their pace was so slow, so deliberate, it seemed they had all the time in the world. I thought maybe they'd lost their way home and come down to the lake. But why at this hour? It was past midnight. They should have been in bed. We exchanged a quick glance. I tightened my grip on Jasper's leash. My boyfriend gave a small shrug. We passed them at a respectful distance. Our feet stirred dead leaves at the edge of the path. The old couple didn't speed up or slow down. They just kept inching forward, as if each step required intense will. When we moved past them, the lamplight illuminated their faces for a moment. Pale skin, eyes set in soft wrinkles, mouths closed in neutral lines. They looked tired, content, but entirely silent. No coughs, no breaths I could hear. Just the slight scrape of cane tips against concrete. A shiver ran up my spine, but I tried to laugh it off. Jasper barked softly, prompting us to move on. We stayed close together. The path curved again, opening onto a small park area where a lone bench sat under a tree. The bench faced the lake, and I remembered pausing there during daylight to rest. But now the bench sat empty. I pointed to Jasper's trembling tail and said nothing. My boyfriend nodded. We walked forward. Jasper suddenly stopped dead in his tracks, lifted his leg, and started peeing on the bench's wooden armrest. I bent to hook the leash around my wrist, half watching the water ripple in the lake. When I looked up, I saw him. An old man sat on the bench. His back was straight, his hands folded in his lap. The headlamp of my phone, dimmed to preserve night vision, revealed a simple gray sweater, neat trousers, polished shoes. His hair was white and combed back. His face, I can't really describe it without losing the thread of it. It was an old man's face, lines and age spots and all that. But his expression was blank, unreadable. He didn't look at us. He stared out over the dark water, as if he'd been there for hours. I jerked my head toward my boyfriend. He froze for a moment, then grabbed my arm. We edged closer, expecting the old man to shift, to speak, to acknowledge us in some way. But he did none of those things. His skin gleamed pale in the lamplight. There was something in the set of his shoulders, the way he held his head, that felt wrong. Not evil, but unnatural. It was as if he'd been painted into that spot, a lifelike statue come to unnerving fruition. I shook my head, willing myself not to freeze. Jasper finished and turned to us, tongue lolling. He yawned, oblivious to the tension. I unclipped his leash and motioned for him to follow. He trotted off, sniffing the ground. I saw the old man's right foot shift slightly, the toes flexing against the edge of the bench. The movement was so slight, so slow, I might have missed it had my heart not been pounding so loud. We passed the bench without a word. The old man didn't watch us go. He stayed frozen, ramrod straight, as though the lamppost were holding him upright. It felt like we were leaving him in a painting, dusty, silent, lost to time. We picked up our pace. The path curved again into a little grove of trees. The thin branches scraped against each other. The moon peeked through sparse leaves. My boyfriend whispered my name, but I didn't answer. My mind was racing. Why didn't that man speak? Why was he sitting alone at this hour? And where had that couple gone? They hadn't turned back or disappeared. They had kept walking the same path. Then I saw more. At first I thought it was a trick of my eyes, shadows in the trees. But as we hurried forward, I counted them. 1, 2, 3 old people everywhere. A dozen of them, maybe more. Some walking in pairs, leaning on arms, keeping pace at an agonizing crawl. Some sitting on benches, even on the grass under trees, heads bowed, shoulders trembling like saplings in a weak wind. Others stood in small groups, their posture stiff, arms folded, as though they'd been instructed to stay standing and silent. They were all different. Some dressed in coats and scarves, others in sweaters and jackets. A few wore hats pulled low. One woman carried a small purse, resting it gently on a gnarled cane. Another man had a briefcase by his feet. But every face was expressionless, like actors frozen between takes of a film. None spoke. None moved faster than a sleepy child. My heart thumped so hard I thought Jasper might hear it. He tugged at his leash, pulling me forward. I stumbled over an exposed tree root. My boyfriend steadied me. We wove through the forest of old bodies, mud clinging to our shoes. The air smelled of damp earth and decaying leaves, the usual forest scent, but heavier, as though layered with a silent dread. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. Their eyes held me. Glassy orbs that stared straight ahead. Sometimes, I felt one glance my direction, if only for a heartbeat before turning back to the darkness. It was impossible to tell. Night had leached all sound from the world. No wind, no rustle, no frog or bird. Just our breathing, raspy in my ears, and Jasper panting. We pushed on until the path narrowed between two stand of trees. Ahead, I saw the little parking lot where we'd left the car keys in the ignition. I'd made sure to park with the headlights on, so we could see the path back. My legs burned with adrenaline. My hands shook. I wanted to sprint, but every time I tried to break into a run, my feet felt glued to the ground by fear. We reached the edge of the grove. The lampposts of the parking lot flickered in the fog rolling off the lake. No old people. I let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. Jasper barked, happy to see the lights. My boyfriend clicked the car fob, and the panic flashed through his eyes as the horn beeped and the alarm light blinked. The sudden noise made me jump, and the birds I hadn't noticed took flight in a rustle of wings. I slammed the door open and pushed Jasper Indiana. He scrambled onto the back seat, wagging his tail. My boyfriend locked my door from the inside, then gulped in a long breath and got in. He turned the key. The headlights blared onto the path. For a moment, I peered through the windshield, half expecting to see a circle of old faces pressed against the glass. There was nothing. The bench where the old man sat was empty. The grove where the dozen seniors had shuffled was clear. The only moving thing was the fog drifting across the ground. I locked the car doors again. We drove off, tires crunching gravel, the engine's growl ripping the silence. The lights on the dashboard glowed against our faces. Jasper lay down, satisfied that he had relieved himself. On the way home, neither of us spoke for miles. The streetlights passed in an endless blur, and I stared out at empty lawns and dark houses. When we pulled into our driveway, I reached over and turned off the map's blue dot on my phone, as if hiding our location would matter. I bent down and stroked Jasper's head, whispering nonsense. My boyfriend turned in his seat and looked at me. I refused to meet his eyes. Later that morning, I called the local folklore expert, the guy who studied ghost stories, urban legends, the weird history of the county. He was a kindly older fellow with a thick mustache and rimmed glasses. I left a voice message. Something about weird people at the lake, silent old walkers at midnight. He called me back late that day. He told me he'd never heard of anyone wandering the lake after dark. No local legend about restless seniors. No record of an old folks' home nearby. He'd checked his files, gone through newspaper clippings, even drove out to the lake himself in the afternoon, wandered the path. Nothing. Just the usual crowds who came for sunrise jogs or sunset strolls. There was no neighborhood center sponsoring a moonlight walk. No charity fundraiser gone wrong. Just quiet residents who went home at 10 or 11, like everyone else. He said maybe someone had staged a performance art project, some guerrilla theater nobody knew about. But I knew better. You don't gather a dozen